market, and
Good
the
morning.
inflation rate has been running at a
Eller
1.5%
good morning.
rate since
God
the
eftermiddag.
CPI has been running at a 1.5% rate since the president took office. So that's an economy that's normalized and is sort of maybe even running a little bit below.
God dagen.
God dagen.
Where the Fed would normally think about inflation
Var det
ideally settling.
synkronisert?
And so I think it's only a matter of time until interest rates normalize as well. Now I want to be clear, I'm not telling the Fed what to do, but I would just make that as a prediction.
Well, but we
Han har fått
still
sånne
have
medisiner på jakka. Det går
3%
faen ikke fort.
inflation, right? Average hourly earnings
Ja da, kom sterke tall nå fra the US of A. Det blir i hvert fall ikke noe rentekutt. Det er helt sikkert og visst. Non-farm employment change kom på 147, ventet 111, veldig mye sterkere enn ventet, ikke noe rentekutt. Unemployment rate kom på 4,1, ventet 4,3, så der. Unemployment claims kommer på 233 000 mot 240 000, det er også bedre enn ventet, noe. Trade balance er på minus 71,5 billion, den er ganske dårlig faktisk. Det er det eneste som er litt svagt der.
Energy abundance, bringing gas prices down to the lowest price at the pump since 2021. These are all profoundly disinflationary. When you push out supply, you get lower price pressures. And so it makes complete sense to expect inflation to continue to normalize, to continue to run at a reasonable pace. Because if this is the opposite of what the previous administration did, where they stimulated demand into a rigid supply side. Instead, we're expanding the supply side, and that's going to reduce price pressures.
But I just want to follow up here, Stephen, because you got your PhD at Harvard under Marty Feldstein, which is a very good school. Can you imagine if the Fed cut 3 full percentage points? I mean, that either causes an overheating in the economy or chaos in the bond market.
Well, I think it depends where initial rates are and how restrictive policy is. And as I said before, there's accumulating evidence that the economy is normalized. So, I think it's only a matter of time until interest rates follow. And as I also said, I think that, it's important to think of inflation as being not purely a monetary phenomenon. That's a bit of a fallacy. Fiscal policy plays an enormous role. And if fiscal policy, if government regulatory policy can push out supply, that creates downward pressure on prices. If you don't have enough goods and services and you make it easier to produce more goods and services, you get more goods and services. It's basic economics, supply and demand. And if you push out supply, price pressure.
Stephen, I do want to get back to the details of this jobs report, but before we do, it seems like what you're arguing is basically that the Federal Reserve, not that you're telling them what to do, but it seems like they should normalize interest rates, get back to neutral, which does seem different from the president himself that they should.
Jeg bare kødder med folk. Folk ser at det faller på grunn av makro, så bare på grunn av tallene, så bare, faen, hva skal det til helvete da? Og den har gått opp med $100 på et døgn, om den faller med $20 på grunn av makro, betyr fuck all. Bare la den jobbe. Helt likt som i går. Fortsatt så skal Hong Kong øke eksponeringen sin med, jeg tror det var 5 et eller annet tonn ekstra. Og så fortsatt så Australia med eksport til gull og kull med, de sier $5,000. Det de sier. Jeg aner ikke hvor høyt det vil gå, men akkurat nå så ligger alt det kortet at gull skal gå videre. Og så får det litt sånn der støy da. Og så må man si, ok, det kan jo falle videre, men det liksom ikke noe grunn til det. Bare hvis man tar ut forskjellige nivåer her, så kan du få en litt i trynet alle veier da. Men for vi slet jo skikkelig med å komme gjennom 74 her. Vi har prøvd, vi har ikke klart det enda. Nå må man gjennom 30, ligger 33 år, kanskje?
Whereas the other macroeconomic consequences of the other policies, deregulation,
det ligger et hav av motstand oppe på 40 i hvert fall. Så kommer sikkert virre litt rundt her da, til folk får roa seg litt grann nå.
Of the effects of fiscal policy on inflation, nor on growth. And this is why everyone gets the growth forecast wrong over and over and over again about the effects of taxes on growth and revenue.
I'm glad you brought us there and you did your dissertation on that, households reacting to federal tax policy. In terms of tariffs, we've been talking about this. We're all positively surprised. Companies have had huge margins and they're able to absorb, it looks like, some of that into them so far. In terms of growth, when we cut 4.5
Ja, jeg ser på hele alt impro.
and only reduce spending by 1.2 trillion, Isn't that a red flag? I mean, historically, you look at the Reagan tax cuts, we saw exploding.
Det vi må følge med på også er det her, det bildet der. Dere må se på euro og dollar.
After those, you look at the 2017 TCJA, we have seen another $1.8 trillion added to the deficit. I mean, can you point to a time in the U.S. history when when cutting taxes but not meeting those cuts with requisite...
Så husk på $10-20 på gull er jo ingenting. Det er liksom, det er ingenting. Men det jeg er spent på er om Nasdaq noensinne vil falle, for den ser faen ikke sånn ut. Uansett, liksom, så faller ikke Nasdaq. Nvidia på pre-handla opp 0,63 poeng hver dag. Hver eneste dag.
But it gets better when you look through the pandemic disruptions. There was no discernible decline in revenues as a result of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Revenues as a share of GDP was 17.1% before the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, and it was 17.1% last year. Corporate revenues went from 1.6% to 1.9%. So the corporate rate was cut enormously. There were huge incentives for investment. There were, reductions in statutory and effective rates, and yet corporate revenue increased as a share of the economy. And this is exactly the type of activity that you want to see when you think that tax cuts, when you think that deregulation, when you think that energy abundance, when you think that all of these things are going to boost economic growth, and that brings in more revenue.
Well, Stephen, I hope to continue this conversation with you soon. Really appreciate your time this morning. That is White House Council of Economic Advisors Chairman
Samme nivåene. Stig, la ut de nivåene. Samme nivåene.
Now let's get to Capitol Hill as the House nears a final vote on President Trump's tax bill. Washington correspondent Tyler Kendall joins us now with the latest. And Tyler, it's my understanding that Hakeem Jeffries is still speaking. What is the latest here?
Yeah, hey Katie, he is still speaking. He's afforded something known as the magic minute, and that magic minute is now verging on past, at this point actually 4 hours, as we should also say that the House has been convened for 24 hours since it was this time yesterday that they started to gavel in. And what the Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries there is doing is he's essentially previewing Democrats' arguments ahead of the midterms as they try to use messaging around the one big beautiful bill that they're going to campaign on, because at the moment it does appear that the package is poised to pass. Now, once Hakeem Jeffries is done speaking, House Speaker Mike Johnson might take the mic. It depends, since we know that Republicans want to get this finalized vote out as quickly as possible. But once he's done, we are expecting to move rather quickly to the vote on finalized passage. And the number we're going to be watching for is 217. Mike Johnson can only afford to lose 3 Republicans. And if we use a procedural vote that we saw this morning as a sort of test, it appears he is going to clear that threshold. He only lost 1 Republican vote. It wasn't a member of the House Freedom Caucus or a Republican pitching themselves as a fiscal hawk. It was actually Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick. He represents the 1st Congressional District in Pennsylvania, and he has raised concerns about what changes to Medicaid in this bill will mean for his constituents. And I'll point out, Matt and Katie, he represents a district that President Trump actually lost in 2024, which brings up this conversation looking ahead to how this is going to factor in the midterms.
We are expecting this to go through and then get to the president's desk. Do you know, Tyler, what kind of pomp and circumstance we're going to see when President Trump signs this bill?
Well, we are expecting some sort of signing, of course, on July 4th. This was always a self-imposed, but also a symbolic deadline for this administration. So I would expect some sort of a signing ceremony likely at the White House, and likely with the congressional leaders flanked besides him, because we have to say President Trump had a really big push to get this bill over the finish line. We know that he was calling members directly yesterday. He invited them to the White House, and then the administration actually dispatched administration officials up to the Hill in order to get members on board. Our understanding is that they spoke a lot about the fiscal trajectory of the country, similar to the conversation you just had with Stephen Myron. We expected that they spoke a lot about this idea of stabilizing the debt to GDP ratio, talking about tariffs as a revenue raiser, things like that, that ultimately got those fiscal hawks on board.
All right, Tyler, thanks very much. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall there talking to us about the legislation, $3.4 trillion tax bill expected to move through the House and to the White House soon. Coming up, chip makers are rallying after the Trump administration curbs requirements for chip software sales in China. We'll take a look at tech next. This is Open Interest.
Jeg kjøpte litt gull på koppet her nede nå. Så får vi være med opp da. Og så kjøpte jeg på Triven også, samtidig. Jeg kjører helt likt nå, for nå har marginer mye bedre. Du har bra marginer nå du, Robert?
Ja, 6,70 når man har en del margin.
Ja, ikke sant? Ja, da går det fint. Ja, litt grann.
Jeg tar ut noe rett opp under.
It's the most fascinating time for the global economy in years, and our conversations are front and center.
We're stress testing consequential ideas.
Det ikke riktig at gull skal falle på de tallene med tanke på at det ikke blir rentekutt og mer interessant å investere i rentepapirer? Ja, du må ikke bare se på det, Elian. Du må også se på euro-dollar. Hvis du ser nå på euro-dollar, så ser du at dollaren styrker seg og euroen svekker seg. Nei, sorry. Omvendt. Euroen styrker seg og dollaren svekker seg. Den var nå på 0,5, og nå er den på 0,34. Så ser du at gull går videre oppover. Problemet med å bare få en svart hvitt som det er det at aksjemarkedet er fullpriset. Og det er nervøsiteten nå. Og så kom det meldinger på Iran i dag til også at det kan blusse opp mer der. Og så er det flere noen rapporter som mente at det kunne være at Iran var bare et par måneder unna av ny unnrikelse av uranium. Eller ikke uranium, uran. Og så kom det melding på at Nord-Korea er på vei inn i Ukraina med 30 000 nye tropper. Og når ikke det blir noe rentekutt, normalt sett så skal jo dollaren styrke seg, men den gjør faen ikke det. For det gjeldstaket bare øker jo. Den dollaren blir jo ikke verdt en dritt snart. Så ser du på trade balance også, kommer inn på minus 71,5 billion.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Well, the Trump administration is lifting requirements for chip design software sales in China. This move will allow companies like Synopsys and Cadence Design Systems to resume business in the country, and as such, you can see that both stocks jumping pre-market. Joining us now with more is Bloomberg Tech co-host Ed Ludlow. And as we know, a lot of these chip companies have been caught firmly in the middle of these trade negotiations between the US and between China. Looks like we're getting a little bit of relief this morning.
That's exactly right. The original restriction on EDA, electronic design automation software, kind of came in the tit for tat in May, where there was a concern about rare earths on the China side. It was kind of like the last remaining tool in the chip restrictions bucket. So we know that Siemens, for example, has already started doing business again in China. Cadence and Synopsys are now going to start working towards that.
64. Og så er det fortsatt høyere inflasjon da, som på en måte er driveren på gull da.
So the context you need to know is that there is some concern that allowing the Chinese access to these software platforms gives them some kind of ability to claw back the ground that they've lost in America pulling ahead in chip design. But in reality, this was kind of more of a political bargaining chip, both in London and the Geneva talks that took place in prior months.
What about the big question, Ed, of NVIDIA selling their highest tech chips into the Chinese market. Are we going to see that barrier lifted?
So I think the latest thinking from the administration, and again, this is based on my conversation with sources, David Sachs came on the show the other day, is that export controls as they stand now are going to work, right? The backdoor concern was that allowing the Gulf states, in particularly the United Arab Emirates and Saudi, access to lead-edge chips might be some kind of backdoor access for China. But as it stands, that there isn't sort of any evidence that that's the case necessarily. We haven't replaced the diffusion rule, and there isn't any sort of codified plan of action as it stands yet, specifically to restrict in a new way, new rules, new parameters for China. And whether Nvidia in particular, because they have a monopoly in this market,
jeg kjøpte før etter fallet, jeg kjøpte på 50 på Dr. Gold, og så kjøpte jeg på 27.
You can catch him there. That is Bloomberg Tech co-host Ed Ludlow. Let's take a look at some other movers on our radar this morning. I'm keeping a close eye on Datadog, which is replacing Juniper in the S&P 500. Juniper is being acquired. That's also to the disappointment of Robinhood investors. There had been some speculation that perhaps Robinhood would be added to the S&P 500. The stock has been on an absolute tear. That was a factor there. Now you can see a little bit of disappointment. And Datadog just cheering the way, up almost 10% pre-market.
Datadog has been Robinhood has been absolutely ripping it, and Datadog is doing well today. We're also watching Olo, which will be acquired by Thoma Bravo for $2 billion in cash, and as a result, this, which is kind of a smaller stock, is up, and now it's a bigger stock.
Yeah, $1.5 billion market cap as of yesterday's close. Apparently, it provides software solutions.
Solutions.
Yes.
That's what we all need.
So important. Coming up, JP Morgan's Gabriela Santos walks us through the jobs report reaction and her earnings outlook as tariffs loom large. That conversation up next. This is Open Interest.
Flood of investment agreements.
Deals were once again on display.
The Saudis are open for business.
The cessation of sanctions against Syria.
Another big victory for the Crown Prince. Concerned that not enough guardrails may be set up just yet.
Headline after headline. Trust Bloomberg for on-the-ground coverage.
The numbers will be quite substantial.
Up-to-the-minute reporting.
Driven the price of oil down.
And the analysis you need.
He's basically going to vault this region into the same sort of sphere as the US and China.
No one covers geopolitics like Bloomberg. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
The Middle East and Africa. Vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
From the beating heart of global finance, economics, and politics, and wherever news are moving markets, Bloomberg brings you conversations about discussions and important insights. What do you think the future is for inflation? Is this a new normal? Are markets too optimistic? How do you worry about the things that are outside your control? How does the current fighting completely stop?
Akkurat her nå så har gull litt motstand. Kan vurdere å ta litt gevinst her nå, eller så kan man bare sitte og håpe og tro.
Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Open Interest. We're keeping a close eye on futures ahead of the opening bell after that blowout jobs print. You can see
Ja, det skjønte jeg ikke noe av, Jodde.
its record run right now up about 0.3%. The bond market is where a lot of the action is. 2-year Treasury yields higher by about 9 basis points as traders really scrap those July rate cut bets. Let's break down the reaction with JP Morgan Chief Market Strategist for the
Min er jævla enkel. Det er bare streker på hvor jeg har kjøpt, og så det er ikke noe mer. Den er dritenkel.
To the print this morning, because looking at the market, seems like everyone was surprised.
I think it was good. I think it was better than feared.
Da kan du hente og trykket på TradingView på den ene. Du har innstillingen på toppen hvor det står TradingView. Du kan huke den av frem og tilbake. Det er sikkert noe sånt nå. Du har to plattformer i en plattform her.
Between 2 or 3 cuts this year. So we're unwinding some of that with an upside surprise, but I don't think we should get too excited either. It still confirms this trend of a cooling but not cool labor market, especially if you take out the jobs that were added by state and local. You just look at the private jobs, 75,000, it's fine. And especially very heavily.
Still half of the average I just looked at the average of the last 4 years, and clearly that includes post-COVID recovery, but it's 314,000, so it's not that.
Right, and especially by industry, it was very concentrated in healthcare and social assistance. That's where you still have pent-up demand. The other industries, you didn't see job losses. It's just that still that message of slow to higher.
Nonetheless, we continue to see new records on the S&P 500. We're going to talk with Gabriela Santos about that. She stays with us through the open as futures point to another record finish. This is Bloomberg.
Akkurat her nå så kan gul snu. Enten så blir gevinstsikringen her nå, eller så går den rett opp. Jeg gidder ikke ta gevinsten da. Sitter.
Estava sitiada.
Nisso eu começo, eu não sabia o que fazer. Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, né, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
People back home they are suffering, and someone is driving a Range Rover with their money.
Where is my money?
I think she's a scam up to now.
It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being $1 billion business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
Nisho talagi ko ahma ta juara pango ko ahma le pa manjang le nyai ko mama nya.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives.
Åpner opp om et halvt minutt.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers jobs day like Bloomberg.
Moments away from the start of trading, this is Bloomberg Open Interest. I'm Matt Miller. We're looking at futures that are pointing to yet another record on the S&P 500, 6293, 6294 on the futures there. NASDAQ up even more, 0.4%. And so we're going to see a higher cash trade as well after we start to trade. You hear the opening bell, and on the New York Stock Exchange, this is so cool. I didn't even think about the fact that next year is the 250th anniversary of America. And so, Sailforth 250 has come to preview that anniversary at the New York Stock Exchange. You can see a ton of U.S. Navy and Coast Guard members there on the floor of the NYSE. Down at the NASDAQ, Arrive AI ringing the opening bell. I'm guessing they're a software services solutions provider. The stock is down 20% since they went public a couple of months ago. So, Katie, what are you watching? More like games.
I am looking at the chip stocks this morning. Of course, we got the news that the U.S. is lifting export curves for chip design, and you can see that in China specifically, and you can see that reflected in the shares right now. We threw NVIDIA up there, but you can see the bigger beneficiaries are Synopsys, Cadence Design, both of those stocks.
Og ny lov på chipmakere med salg mot utlandet. Man forandrer loven på eksport av chip. Da er det på Nasdaq går igjen. Man forandrer loven hele tiden.
And a little bit of relief this morning.
Yeah, a little bit of relief there, and we're also seeing, I think, a lot more certainty, and we're going to get to that in just a moment with Gabriela Santos. Datadog will replace Juniper Networks in the...
Nå er det deilig å bare kunne forandre loven, alt ettersom hvor du ligger den, liksom.
Packard closes its acquisition of Juniper. As a result, the dog gets a boost of 10%. As Katie mentioned, Robinhood did not get that, but that stock's still absolutely soaring. We're back with JP Morgan, Chief Market Strategist for the Americas, Gabriela Santos, and it's the certainty, I think, Gabriela, that makes this market happy, right? As we get the passage of the big, beautiful bill and see what's inside it, as we get closer to that July 9th date and start to get deal announcements from President Trump, can this market continue to power higher?
I really think the market has really taken its cues from being past peak uncertainty. We generally understand the contours of tariff, immigration, and fiscal policy, and now it's back to focusing on the stock-by-stock impact of policy, so policy going from an acute to a chronic issue for markets, and most importantly, moving on to what we were focused on before. So the long-term themes, AI being one of them, higher defense spending, deregulation, benefiting the financial sector. So it's really back to business as usual. It's still a resilient market, but not an unchanged market beneath the surface.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear you say that, these sort of long-term policy issues, very idiosyncratic. We were talking about the insurers yesterday, for example. It feels like
Centene.
Centene, never forget it. It feels like renewables are just a hot potato, and given those sorts of headwinds that you're encountering on a stock-by-stock, industry-by-industry basis, where do you have high conviction right now? Where is insulated from that type of noise?
So it's hard to say it's a country overall or a sector overall, but I think some themes we can tease out. It's large cap over small cap. So you still have pretty soggy economic growth, you still have elevated rates, and you still have input costs going up through tariffs. That's still an environment where we feel a lot more comfortable with large caps leading and small caps still underperforming, like it has been the case this year and for a few years. Besides that, I think leaning into areas of the market where there are other supportive tailwinds to really propel revenue growth, earnings growth. And I think this is where the AI theme really comes back. And really the new winners from AI, right? Let's abandon that holistic Mag 7 concept. Let's think about who are the new winners, the adopters who are monetizing it, and the digital and physical infrastructure winners. I also think we can look to other regions where valuations are already pretty discounted and where things are getting incrementally less bad. So that really leads us to Europe, to Japan, to India as another example. So those are areas where I think policy is a bit less top of mind.
I want to marinate on small caps for a little bit, because not that I'm pushing a narrative, but when we started this show about a year ago, I really bought into a lot of the bullish cases we were hearing on small caps. You have this valuation disconnect. These companies are more domestically focused than maybe some of those large caps. Just felt like the stars were aligning for the little guys. Turns out it was another false dawn. Why can't these small companies get off the ground?
I think if you think about when small caps work, it's when economic growth is re-accelerating, which we never expected for this year, so we were not on the small cap train. You need slightly lower rates because they're very financed by bank loans, floating rate, and also not the case, and modest rate cuts is what we expect. And then you also need a high amount of risk appetite, since a very high share of these companies are unprofitable.
Gotta be brave.
So it's not quite there at the moment, despite the valuation signal having been there for a while. A way we think about investing then in smaller companies with high growth potentials, much more in private markets. So looking at VC, private equity, private credit, and companies are staying private for longer. So that's really more and more the market to look for that opportunity.
Gabriella, I keep going back to the IN page, the Bloomberg Index browser on the terminal, which is exceptionally boring, right? I mean, if we show a picture of it, you'll see just how boring it is, but the year-to-date return column is amazing, right, for fixed income. And you've called the first half, I think, revenge of diversification, right? Does this trade have legs? Do we continue to see this as a good buy?
Yeah, the movie of the first half of the year came out. It would be called The Revenge of Diversification.
Yes.
Especially in the first quarter, if you looked at the scoreboard, only core fixed income was positive. Because then it was much more a risk aversion.
Masse går opp hver dag, Roy.
Concerns about recession risk rising, so bonds really showing why they're there in the first place.
But high yield.
High yield, really there because of
AI, Nvidia, Meta, samme som går hver dag.
7%. We still think that's interesting as we settle into higher rates and lower spreads. And then also diversification by style and region.
Yeah, EM has been crushing it.
EM, developed ex-US, and not all driven by the currency, although that's been a huge story, currency diversification with the dollar down 11%, but also some incremental, less bad, you could even call it positive changes in a place like Europe. So I think really some of the things we were questioning the last 3 years, especially around diversification, they really came back to the forefront. And we still think there's plenty of scope to rebalance in a lot of global portfolios.
You know, it's funny to hear you say that, talking about diversification when it comes to region as well. We were talking to Rick Reeder on Monday. He said that he owns more European debt than he ever has before. Part of that comes back to the currency, but definitely people are taking a look.
Right, and I mean, to be fair, you've been saying this for a long time. What about the dollar, though, Gabby? I mean, does that continue? We've seen a 10% drop from the high. And it's been a pretty sharp drop over the past few months. But if you back out and look at, you know, a 25-year picture of the dollar, we're still in a relatively strong place.
That's why I think this is still a drop in the bucket of this rebalancing in currencies and global equity markets because things had gotten so stretched in the direction of the U.S. So this is where I'm not a buyer of the end of U.S. exceptionalism. I think it's just a normalization of U.S. exceptionalism after a very abnormal time period. And if the dollar is a great place to look.
Here's a 30-year chart, by the way, so you can see, you know, my point.
Yeah, exactly. It's been 15 years of solid dollar appreciation. It's a drop in the bucket so far, what we've seen this year, a lot more room to go. And if you stretch it back even further, you would see that these things come in cycles. Before the financial crisis, we had nearly a 10-year period of dollar weakness. Dollar was still the reserve currency. It was just getting less expensive or more in line with fundamentals.
Oh, you ask and we deliver. 40-year chart of the dollar.
There you go.
All right, Gabby, that's a good place to leave it. It's always great to see you. That is JP Morgan's Gabriela Santos. Let's get to this equity market and that fresh record that we're eyeing on the S&P 500. You can see it's coming with pretty good breadth. You have over 370 names in the S&P 500 in positive territory right now, just 120 or so in the red. You take a look at what is leading us there, and it's all the names you would like to see. Amazon, Meta, Nvidia, Microsoft, Broadcom, really pushing this market higher. Berkshire Hathaway had a rough day yesterday, but it's on the upside right now. Then you look at the downside. There are some tech names in there. I'm looking at Alphabet up there at the top, Home Depot too, but you compare that to the nearly 400 names that you have in the green, not making too much of a dent. Let's take a look at the sector level as well, because it broadly mirrors what I'm saying right now. More green than red. Consumer discretionary up at the top. A lot of that is Amazon. Industrials, tech, financials, the list goes on. You take a look down at...
Ser dere den analysen jeg sendte dere nå? Det er fra flere hus. Husker at jeg snakket om det forrige uke, før gull gikk opp.
This is a very risk-on day.
Yeah, absolutely. And what an exciting day it is. Not only
Early
is
close.
tomorrow, early close for sure. You can watch me and Romaine Bostick on television and radio from noon to 2. And to top it all off,
tell me,
chip makers are rallying as the Trump administration lifts export curbs for chip design software sales in China. More on that next. This is Open Interest.
Man bare skal ta masse gevinster her, så folk får følelsen at jeg gjør noe. Så jeg får bare sitte rolig.
Så må jeg bare bryte først til.
Jeg burde bryte opp her nå da. Så kjøper den inn igjen. Så folk gjør ikke noe. Jo, jeg gjør noe. Jeg tror jeg skal bryte opp her nå, faktisk. Jeg sitter inne med en film der. Nå går det. Nå skal han stikke av.
First and foremost, I am a capitalist. The capitalist system is the best system in the world. There isn't another one that works as well.
Citigroup moves $4 trillion a day.
5.
Wall Street used to be a place.
I love all these new Wall Streets. Y'all Street, Wall Street South.
Now it's more of an idea.
The optimism here is infectious.
You think our New Yorkers are negative?
Yes.
Anything that trains people to understand probabilities and just think through things with a greater degree of nuance is a service to humanity.
I hope you survived the day.
I did. It was a busy day.
It's the countdown to the market open as we bring you the first trades across Europe.
We'll debate the most important stories and what will drive the big investment decisions throughout the morning. I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Kriti Gupta.
And I'm Anna Edwards. Join us every weekday morning for the opening trade, live at 7 a.m. here in London.
Only on Bloomberg. Context changes.
Man må bryte her, 38. Eller 40 da.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jemana Bersachi in Tehran, and this is Bloomberg.
From our global headquarters in New York, I'm Danny Berger. Welcome to Bloomberg Brief. Let's set your agenda.
Bloomberg Brief delivers the market news, data, and analysis you need live every weekday only on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Africa, a region rife with potential for growth and opportunities, but not without its challenges. Bloomberg highlights the biggest stories, interviewing key players, and reporting on the issues impacting the region. Join us as we get to the heart of African business, politics, and economics, and ask the question, what's next? I'm Jennifer Zabasaja, and this is Next Africa.
New episodes every month only on Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Open Interest. Take a look at this rally right now. The S&P 500 higher by about 0.5%. The NASDAQ 100 not too far ahead of it. And the small caps really leading the charge here. The Russell 2000 up 0.6% after that blowout jobs print. We'll see if that's sustainable. It just has to stay this way until 1 p.m. today because it's an early close on this July 3rd. But let's get to our top calls. Some of the analyst action in focus this morning. And first up, FedEx getting double upgraded to a buy over at BNP Paribas. The analyst there says that the stock is oversold and expects that FedEx will continue to outperform UPS. FedEx shares up 2% or so. Next up, Morgan Stanley naming KKR as its top pick among asset managers. The firm cites improving macroeconomic conditions and says that the company's diversity is positioned to take advantage of, quote, secular tailwinds. You can see shares up about 3%. And we end with Needham dropping its bearish view on Meta and moving to the sidelines with a hold rating on the social media giant. The analyst cites strong labor productivity but remains cautious on its margins and its free cash flow. Pressure shares up about 1.4% for Meta. That has been a hard stock to have a sell rating on that.
Let's stay, Katie, in the world of technology. I promised, and now I will deliver. Synopsys and Cadence Design Systems are rallying as the U.S. lifts export curbs for chip design software sales in China. The move allows the companies to resume services in China following a trade deal between Washington and Beijing. Joining us now is Mandeep Singh, Global Head of Tech Research for Bloomberg Intelligence. And Mandeep, these companies are indeed rallying on the news, and I suppose it's kind of an olive branch of sorts, but I'm waiting for the real news of NVIDIA being allowed to sell its most powerful chips into that economy. Are we going to get that?
Probably this is a precursor. I mean, we know the administration already changed their diffusion rules, so some of that demand, I think NVIDIA can ship to now outside of China, and it looks like things are going in that direction where they really want the companies here to succeed when it comes to AI and really tap into demand from everywhere, including China.
And I'm curious, I mean, with that in mind, how much does this matter for, you think about Synopsys and Cadence rallying in a big way today, but we know that trade policy is very...
Vil dere jeg skal si hva jeg tenker hele tida, og se hva jeg ser og sånn, eller skal vi bare kjøpe daggevinstnivåer og bare sånn, eller vil dere høre masse piss?
It matters because we know China is about 50. Even in the case of NVIDIA, the guide that they gave us for the next quarter had...
Kostnadskuttene til KOA, det bare positivt. De drar ned kostnadene for å få mer marginer. Det byttet et styre, fått det mye penger, innsidekjøp. Utsiktene ser mye bedre ut enn noensinne. Så hvis KOA faller på at de kutter kostnader, så folk tjukke i huet, liksom. Da de dumme. Da fortjener de å miste pengene sine. Da burde de ikke handle aksjer. Når et selskap tar ned kostnadene sine, så det for å få mer penger til aksjonærer. Det jo kjempebra, liksom. Det mye verre hvis de sier at nå øker kostnadene med 15%, liksom. Da det mindre penger å bruke, mindre fortjeneste, mindre marginer. Altså, det dritbra. Dritbra at de kutter kostnader. Det blir jo ikke bedre.
Særlig gode.
Ja, for det såpass lite selskap. Det derfor noe interessant, for det er omstruktureringer i hele selskapet, så det jo kjempepositivt.
Anthropic just grew its revenue from $1 billion to a $4 billion run rate over a matter of 6 months. So the revenues are starting to show up for these AI companies. I mean, yesterday we were talking about Microsoft cutting headcount, so the cost savings are starting to emerge, and that's why there is so much excitement around infrastructure build out. I'm sure at some point we'll have some sort of digestion. Right now, it looks like everyone is adding more inferencing capacity. I'm still trying to figure out how the scaling laws are going to shake out this year, but clearly there's a lot of inferencing demand, and it's showing up in the revenues of these pure play companies.
Du har
All
sagt
right,
at det andre
Mandeep,
kontorer også
really
skal
appreciate
trekke frem.
your analysis there. That is Mandeep Singh of Bloomberg Intelligence, where he leads global tech research. Let's kind of check on stocks right now broadly, because we're still mapping the reaction.
Det har ikke brutt ordentlig opp ennå, altså. Her, han må bryte 38,40 for at det skal være fest, liksom. Men, ja. Han var jo helt nede på 3,11, han er jo på 3,36. Han har gått opp snart med 20. Ja, han har gått opp mye nå, da. Og jeg kjøpte der nede fordi det var støy som gjorde at det falt. Bare as.
At the WB page, I think there we go. The 2-year yield up 9 basis points at 38.75.
Man må bryte her.
5.5 at 43.31.
Så gjør det ikke noe om Nasdaq kommer litt ned, da. Den går jo bare opp hver jævla dag. Eller de 3 selskapene som er Nasdaq, de går opp hver dag. Ja, jeg kan bare drite hele Nasdaq, kan trade Nasdaq. Ja, det går på alt her hver dag. Det er bare nye høyder hver eneste dag. Kommer det dårlige tall, så går Nasdaq litt ned, og så går Nvidia, Meta og de AI-aksjene går opp, og da går indeksen opp. Kommer det bra tall, så går AI-aksjene opp, for da er det bra tall. Kommer det dårlige tall, så går aksjene opp, for folk ser på AI-selskaper som Safe Haven akkurat nå, for det er det eneste som går. Det er bare de som går. Alle de mindre selskapene på Nasdaq går ikke bra. Det er bare liksom de Max 7 som går, da. Og så kommer man alltid begynne å grine når det først faller, sånn som skjedde for 2 måneder siden, når Nvidia ramlet med 30% på en uke og sånt, og da kommer alle bare, fy faen, hvordan lot dette gå? Kommer til å være akkurat det samme nå neste gang. Det de burde gjøre, det burde skille ut de selskapene fra Nasdaq, eller revekte dem, så ikke det blir så stor diff, sånn at indeksen er indeks. Det er det de burde gjøre. Revekte dem, sånn at ikke de vekter så mye. Ikke sant? Sånn som nå så er de 5 største selskapene med Nasdaq vekter 54% av hele Nasdaq. Nå er det kanskje enda mer. Så det vil si at 5 selskaper styrer en hel indeks. Det er jo ikke sunt. Det er veldig sentrert. Så hvis det kommer en negativ melding på AI, så raser jo faen meg alt til helvete på grunn av ett selskap. Så Nasdaq piker ute og lukter på 22.800. Det er nesten som får lyst til å kjøpe Nasdaq. På pur faen. Men gull må bryte 38,40 i hvert fall. Hvis de ikke klarer det, så kommer de til å ligge her og kuke lenge. Og da må vi må ha ned indeksen litt ned, for det må vi. Og så ser vi euro-dollar styrker seg fortsatt. Det er veldig, veldig bra for gull. Og så er det 2 meglerhus som har oppgradert gull nå til 4.000. Og den sendte jeg oppi her. Så all funda ser dritbra ut fortsatt på gull.
Vil du høre hva han brukte 4.700 på?
Nei, ja.
Sjekk opp, bespare mail. Mail-korrespondanse. Sjekk opp.
Hvem mail-korrespondanse med deg?
Sjekk opp, så har ikke mottatt faktura fra oss. Hun har charget meg.
Som den har sendt ut. Ja, må bare bytte ut. Må bytte ut. Hun sa han brukte 2 timer på det. Ja, det er bare tull, for fikk noe til et kvarter, jeg var jo siden. Ja, jeg vet, det er bare tull. Men hun skal vekk. Hun fikk jo helt pekkeren av ringta. Skal ikke sjekke opp det, det er noen som skal kunne vite. Og hvis ikke hun vet det, så kan hun charge derfra.
Bloomberg loves earnings. I know it's like your Super Bowl, right? I can't wait. It's like opening presents. It will be exciting. Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Ja, men hun angrer nå. Hun kommer til å miste... Nei, skal ikke bruke han mer. Ja, det skal jeg. Bare få svar av han fyren på mandag.
The stock on the rise as activists
Nei, det var ikke det.
builds a 9% stake in the travel site. Bloomberg
Ja, men da skal jeg lage et innlegg igjen på sosiale medier. Skal se hvor kult du synes det er.
and it kind of makes sense that you would see such a pop when
Det
you
kan jeg
consider
gjøre.
how TripAdvisor has performed in the stock market over the past couple of years.
Yeah, it's down about 10% in the past 12 months. And
Jeg har alltid vært snill på sosiale medier. Må kunne henge ut en dame som ikke er snill.
And this company, you know, it has the background as a review site, and it's really trying to transition into a booking site, trying to get that revenue. Airbnb, like Booking.com or Expedia.
Nyheter klokken 16:00, ja. Der, ja. Nei, Gustav har røyket for mye crack, ass. Han går bare rundt og hoster. Så jeg har gitt han antibiotika, da. Fortsett å gjøre det, men han er helt fin ellers, liksom. Han bare... Du sier at det er brudd i kontrakten. Nei. Ingen vil ha en kunde som ikke vil ha det.
What is also interesting is all of these companies are
Ja,
trying to get into the
det kan jeg også gjøre,
at
da.
the same time.
Ja, jeg gidder ikke se det. Du sa det til noe.
Airbnb has launched their experiences or like themed houses, the same way that TripAdvisor has its own arms doing a similar business, and those actually are some of the biggest growth driver in the company.
Right.
So we're kind of probably just seeing that this transition of travel is becoming more experiential. The younger people are looking for new experiences versus sitting on a beach and going to a nice branded hotel.
I don't know, that sounds kind of nice. But Crystal, we only have about 30 seconds left. We don't know necessarily the details of what Starboard is planning to do, but what is their typical playbook when it comes to these activist situations?
How I look at it is that this is Starboard going back to its core. So it has gone after a really, really large cap like the Pfizer, like the Becton Dickinson.
Du ikke svare med en dritt.
And what Starbucks has traditionally been really good at is like the smaller cap consumer-facing companies, like what they did at Papa John's, where Jeff Smith at Starbucks became the chairman. So we could well see something like this.
Du kan sende melding. Skal jeg betale for ferien din nå?
Koster du meg penger i ferien din nå?
Like Airbnb, but it's for camping sites.
You have been camping.
So if you want to go camping, I've been bringing my daughters camping.
Hun er veldig sånn det
It is intense. Good
Nei, drit i det, kjæringen.
See from the Deals team, thanks very much for covering this story. Coming up in the next hour, Julia Coronado on that surprise jobs beat and the changes that we've seen to the tax bill overnight. Plus, we're going to talk to Stu Leonard Jr. on food costs ahead of this 4th of July weekend and the CEO.
Helt enig, Stig. Det er ikke noe oppsigelse, liksom. Det har jeg aldri hørt om det før. Jeg er så spør meg om 3 måneder oppsigelse. Jeg er ikke fornøyd med deg. Men jeg vet, jeg hadde jo ideen her i stad hvordan du kan komme unna det. Fordi hun sendte jo ikke fakturaene sine. Hør da, hun sendte jo ikke fakturaene til deg før det gikk 2 måneder. Hadde du fått den første fakturaen, så kunne du sagt den er for dyr, jeg vil ikke bruke deg mer. Men hun ventet med å sende etter 3 måneder. Det er den 3. måneden nå du fikk fakturaen. Ja, da har hun brutt avtalen. Hun skal sende faktura til hver måned. Det er en fin oppsigelsesgrunn. Ja. Men så tror du er det. Du sier den opp nå, for hun sendte alle fakturene på rekke og rad nå. Derfor vil du si den opp. Hadde hun sendt den når hun skulle sende den, som var for 2 måneder siden, eller 3 måneder siden, så hadde du sagt den opp da. Ikke sant?
Ja, så du mener jeg kan slippe unna 3 måneder?
Ja, det kan du. Hun har jo sendt fakturaen for sent. Det er jo brudd bare der. Det er ikke sånn at du må følge reglene, så skal ikke det gjelde hun. Det er jo likt for alle.
Hun sendte den på 6, en på 9 og en på 15.
Ja, det er mislighold. Så hun fikk en faktura på regnskap. Hun jobber for seg selv, og så har hun helt nytt oppstart. Så har jeg liksom 25 bilag på måned da. Alt er automatisert. Hun gjør ingenting. Hun tar ikke ut lønn, hun gjør ikke en dritt. Hun bare betaler noen fakturaer, så tar hun mot penger. Det er ikke noe støy. Du skal ha 15 000 kroner for regnskap denne måneden. 15 000. Og det er 0 bilag. Det er liksom 25 bilag. Det er sprøtt, liksom.
Hun har betalt for å finne ut av hvorfor jeg ikke hadde mottatt fakturaer.
Og så ettersøket, så har hvorfor har jeg ikke fått fakturaer fra dere? Hun skulle betale, og da hadde hun sendt til feil e-post, og da så har hun fått en faktura på det også, for å finne ut hvorfor hun ikke fikk faktura. Det er jo dritbra da. Du får faktura fra deg. Et øyeblikk. Ja, vi har gjort en feil. Ok, bra. Ja, men jeg skal sende deg en faktura på det også. Det er så sjukt. Enkelte mennesker er jo helt gærne. Jeg skjønner ikke at det er mulig. Fatter ikke, rett og slett.
Jeg tar dem ikke mellom øynene.
Hvis dialog ikke fører frem, eller hvis grunnen at du vil bytte ut er misfornøyd, neste ser ut som menneskesfører blitt en del avtalen.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacqua, the ECB Forum in Central Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
Han klarte ikke bryte. Dritt. Dritt. Og en video går på det har jeg. Så hyggelig da.
Hun sa i telefonen i stad, bare for å ha sagt, jeg er ikke teit. Jeg er ikke sånn for å være teit.
Ja, det sa jeg. Og jeg sa det til meg. Akkurat nå er det kjent for å være jævla dyr. Hva var det jeg sa til meg?
Mulig du er kjempeflink i jobben din, men akkurat nå er det sånn for å være
abomination, the GOP tax scam, guts Medicaid, rips food from the mouths of children.
It is still unclear how long he'll go. Kevin McCarthy holds the current
Kevin
record.
McCarthy.
It's called a magic minute, clocking in at 8 hours, 32 minutes. That was back in a vote in 2021. CBS's Nicole Killian with more from Capitol Hill.
The GOP megabill was considered.
Broad kom opp 1,3%. Herregud.
And the White House
Hello.
want to win over key holdouts who oppose
Yes.
the Senate's changes to the measure.
I'll move car.
I would say those meetings.
Jeg kommer tilbake. Så jeg flytter bilen.
Members are moving to yes. Donald Trump is the best closer in the business. We're going to get it done.
Ja, Eurodollar styrker seg. Fortsatt veldig bra for gull. Gull må liksom bryte her, og så gjør det ikke noe om Nasdaq kommer litt ned, da. Men det vet jeg ikke om skjer.
Down to 4.1%. Business analyst Jill Schlesinger says this means the Fed will likely continue to leave interest rates unchanged.
This report gives the Federal Reserve plenty of cover because with the job market remaining solid and inflation not yet showing any signs of tariff increases, the Fed can afford to wait and see how the data develop.
That better than expected report has the stock market in the green. The Dow right now is up 262 points, Nasdaq up 160, S&P 500 up 40. The Supreme Court has just agreed to take up a new case out of Idaho and West Virginia on which school sports teams transgender students can join. More than 24 states have enacted laws restricting transgender women and girls from participating in certain sports. Well, it's time to hit the road for the holiday weekend.
I'm Jim Krasula along Interstate 40 in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. AAA says a record number of Americans, more than 72 million, will travel for the 4th of July holiday. Average gas prices are down, and these drivers have noticed.
I'm happy that it's getting down there. It used to be over $80 to top off, and now it's a little over $35, so I'm not complaining. I'm getting twice the trips, essentially, for the same price.
Oh, no complaints.
Gas prices are at their lowest 4th of July level since 2021.
AAA's Robert Sinclair says there were fears the fighting between Israel and Iran would push the price at the pump up.
That did not happen, so there's kind of a return to normalcy that's happening as a result, and gasoline prices are going down and probably will keep going down for a little bit longer.
Get ready for some earworms.
Billboard is out with the 25 biggest one-hit wonders of the 21st century. Heat Waves by Glass Animals tops the list. It spent 5 weeks at the top of the charts in 2022 after a more than year-long climb. Number 2 on the list. Daniel Powter's Bad Day. That dates back to 2006. Other artists on the list include OMI, Passenger, and Crazy Town. Steve Kathan, CBS News.
Chuck E. Cheese has opened a grown-up joint called Chuck's Arcade. You'll still win tickets to trade in for prizes and you'll still see those iconic animatronic characters, but they say they won't be performing, just standing guard instead. Stacey Lynn, CBS News.
This message comes. This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield. The market's telling me, here's another AI play. Just bid it, buy it. One person's chaos is another person's animal spirits.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business. These are two big-time blue-chip companies. Are people just too exuberant out there?
Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals.
All right, good Thursday morning from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio in New York City to our worldwide audience. Isabel Lee, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our studios. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, so go check us out there. Tons of economic data today. We'll get to it all. We're going to check in with Amy Glazer, Senior Vice President with Adecco US, get her thoughts on the jobs market. Margie Patel, Senior Portfolio Manager at Allspring Global Investments, will give us her markets call here with all of her experience. Brendan Murray, Bloomberg Global Trade Editor, on some of the latest trade news coming out of Washington, D.C. Ira Jersey, Bloomberg Intelligence Chief Interest Rate Strategist, to give us his thoughts on what he thinks this Fed's going to do, given all this economic data we've been getting today and then over the last couple of weeks or so. We got a lot going on here. Right now, let's go to Steve Miller. He's the chair of the ISM Services. We got some ISM data out today. Looking at the services index, came in at 50.8. Consensus was 50.6. And last month was 49.9. So definitely some improvement here. Steve, what did you guys make of the data you saw today?
Hey, Paul, it's nice to be back. Really, the great news is that even with the employment index going down a bit, and with the supplier delivery index going down a bit, the new orders and the overall business activity indexes are up enough to bring the whole index above 50 again. So we view that, even with all the uncertainty right now, as a very good sign.
And the odds of a July rate cut has all but plunged to a zero compared with roughly 25% before the report. What does this mean for the Fed going
Well, the prices index is
Da var det dem som hadde feil mail.
It's a 7
De hadde en skrivefeil i mailen sin, ikke fordi jeg har
There's 2
gjort det,
times in
men
recent history we've
skrivefeil.
seen that.
Ja, men jeg ringer ham bare.
2018 was one where we saw very low inflation.
Fy faen, se Nasdaq, da.
Inflationary period.
Eurodollar styrker seg videre. Ja, ikke sant? Nå er Broadcom opp 1,5% i dag også. Hvordan er det mulig, ja?
There are more comments coming through that we're seeing cost increases on prices being experienced by our respondents. So it looks like there is definitely pricing pressure and inflationary pressures in the market.
Steve, one area in your data that we did see a little bit of softness would be services employment. Came in at 47.2. Last period was 50.7, and the consensus for this period was 49.5. What do you make of that employment data?
So it was a little bit of a surprise.
Broadcom er opp 77% på 3 måneder. Altså, det er ikke mulig. Det er liksom tredje verdens største selskap. Opp 77% på 3 måneder. Det er jo helt hinsides all fornuft. Fytti faen. Det er helt vilt, liksom.
The levers you turn are contractors and overtime, frankly. What the good news, I think, in the number is that if you look back at last year, we're about 1% above where we were last year over the last 4 months. It seems to be reflected also in the employment data, where we see year over year slightly stronger numbers, blow the doors off numbers, but slightly stronger numbers in employment. So not a terrible sign, I think, typical of what we saw last year.
All right, Steve, thank you so much for your time. Steve Miller, he's the chairman of ISM, joining us via Zoom from Aledo, Texas. Markets moving higher here today. The S&P, the Dow, and the NASDAQ all up about 6 to 9 tenths of 1%. Let's hear some individual stock movers are today. For that, we go to Bloomberg News. Christine Aquino. Christine, what are you looking at these today?
Well, Paul, let's take a look at Synopsys, shall we? That's ticker SNPS, currently up 3% at the moment. So very some of those opening gains, but still one of the big performers today on the S&P 500. And that is because it is benefiting from the latest news that the U.S. is lifting export license requirements for chip design software sales in China. And, you know, Synopsys, it provides design technology for a lot of chip makers. So very much benefiting from that news. And that, of course, clears the way for them to resume services in China. Bloomberg Intelligence analysts Niraj Patel and Maria Beltran are pointing out that the company is likely to resume its electronic design automation sales to China.
Ja, den går videre på storyen med den nye loven på AI-chipper mot utlandet, kineserne, det som var i stad. De har forandret loven igjen. Det andre gangen nå på 3 måneder.
Meta, which I refer to as Facebook.
Oh, yes. we all know it should be Facebook, right? But yes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, we'll stick with that. But yes, Meta, ticker META, also enjoying an update today. Pairing some of those opening gains, though, just on 9/10 of 1% at the moment. And the latest on that is that we did get the rating at Needham raised to hold from underperform previously.
That is Laura Martin, one of my former colleagues.
That's right. Yeah, so there we go. And they're looking at it more positively because of channel checks driving upside to the company's estimates and also strong labor productivity metrics. So apparently labor productivity is driven by a model that is globally scaled, doesn't pay for content, software only, and free rides on mobile devices. So that has closed the loop attribution for advertisers. So getting a bit of a boost there in the shares this morning.
Yeah, Laura Martin, we worked together, Credit Suisse First Boston. She thinks like on a totally different plane than I do. She comes to me with ideas. I mean, like, where did that come from? But they're really good. They're really thought out, and it's different from what you see on the street.
Those are the best colleagues.
Yes.
Yeah. Shout out to Lauren then.
Yes, actually, she's very good. All right, one more for Isabel and me. What do you got?
That's right. Datadog, let's take a look at that. Ticker DDOG. So shares are gaining this morning, up 11% now, so really accelerating there. So this company, it's cloud monitoring and analytics. That's their specialty, and it hit the highest intraday level since February earlier today because it was added to the S&P 500, and that's going to be effective at the opening of trade on the 9th of July. So it's replacing Juniper Networks on the S&P 500, and Scotiabank analysts saying that its entry into the index really makes it a, quote, must-own stock. And of course, we know that it has a partnership with OpenAI. That is a massive net positive, according to Scotiabank, and it just affirms that Datadog's differentiation in this space is really notable versus its other peers.
All right, very good. Christine Aquino, thank you very much. We appreciate that. Christine Aquino. She is managing editor for a Bloomberg Markets Live blog, giving us the latest on what's happening in the marketplace. Isabel Lee, Paul Sweeney with you. Isabel, what are you looking at in this market?
Honestly, the good news is good news. We saw the report. It's much better than expected, and even the revisions were upward. So I think you really can't see any cracks.
Very good. Amy Glaser joins us, Senior Vice President at Adadeco, joining us via Zoom from Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. There's no place in the world I've lost more golf balls in the water than Ponte Vedra Beach. Amy, thanks so much for joining us here. Give us your thoughts on this labor market here. We had a pretty good print here on the change in non-farm payrolls, coming in better than expected.
I was bullish coming into today's report. It really reflects what we're seeing on the ground. Employers are still hiring, and we have a remarkably resilient labor workforce here.
What do you make of the fact that we didn't see hourly earnings significantly rise? You said you were bullish, but it is earlier in the month, so that may have affected the figures.
So I think a couple different things are at play here. We've talked a lot about this notion of just in time, whether it be staffing or inventory or other things of that nature. And right now we're seeing more of a just in case. So we are seeing folks look kind of long term and take stock and dial back a little bit in terms of wages. We see a little bit of labor hoarding going on. People were reluctant to let them go after their experience during COVID, even though times may be down. In certain industries. And we're also seeing this job clinging notion of employees who are sticking to jobs and not really mandating pay increases. So I think for the time being, we're going to see wages pretty much stable. We won't see the huge spikes we've seen over the last 3 years.
Amy, earlier this week, we got JOLTS data, showed more job openings than the market had been looking for. If somebody coming out of college or somebody's looking to enter the workforce, how tough or easy is it? What's the market look like there?
Now, I think one of the big trends we're seeing is kind of the slowness in hiring. So employers are still hiring, but they're hiring with intention. So my advice to college seekers would be don't give up. The process is probably going to take a little bit longer than it has in the past. We're seeing employers focus on quality of hires versus volume of hires. So the process is going to take a little bit longer, but employers are hiring, which is the good news.
How much are you factoring immigration here? We have foreign-born labor force falling for the third month in a row. Unemployment is also going down. Do you put a lot of weight into that?
Interesting. We started talking a decade ago about the skills gap and the shortage of talent and the war on talent, and it's just as relevant today as it was 10 years ago. So whether it be due to immigration or due to the skills gap or due to retirees, it's a challenge all employers are having to face. And this is where you're going to have to see companies and education combined with policy to help really navigate through these challenging times.
One topic we don't talk about much anymore, maybe because we have a new normal here, is just kind of the work from home, days per week in the office. How is that shaking out in the labor market today? I don't hear too much about it.
A lot of the noise is gone, but we continue to see return to the office. So the majority of the jobs we look at filling lately have been at a minimum hybrid, work from home where it can work. We continue to see it work, but we still see that appetite for community and employers getting their teams back together, even if it's only a few days a week.
What about the fact that we're seeing headline numbers? Should we care about that, or should we care more about private sector payrolls? Because it's just really surprising where the strength came from. You mentioned that you were bullish into this report, but was this even higher than you expect, or better than you expected?
I think it was about on par. I expected it to beat the expectations. We're seeing a lot of activity on the ground. Healthcare continues to be white hot. We will see that grow. I think the rise in state government jobs and education is seasonal. They're hiring for summer positions, getting a head start on the next school year. That was to be expected. And we continue to see ongoing hiring. So I foresee into the future this resiliency continuing.
All right. Amy Glaser, Senior Vice President at Adecco, joining us via Zoom from Florida here. Again, just kind of the headline news here, the change in non-farm payrolls. Consensus was for a gain of 106,000. The actual came in at 147,000, so better there. A little bit of a revision higher for last month, and last month was 144,000, a little bit higher here. So pretty solid there. The unemployment rate ticked down from 4.3% to it was at 4.2%. We're down to 4.1%. So a little bit better on the unemployment rate. And on the wage front, on a year-on-year basis, average hourly earnings up 3.7%. So pretty solid there. You look at the markets kind of like what they're seeing from some of the economic data. The S&P's up 0.6%. The Nasdaq's up 0.8%. So a lot happening out there in the marketplace on a quiet day. Equity markets, they close at 1 p.m. Wall Street time today. This is Bloomberg.
Bravo, show continue.
Ja. Nå gidder jeg ikke mute mer. Bør dempe spekulasjoner på rentekutt. Det ikke sånn ut, skal jeg si det. Hva faen var video opp 1,7%? Gee. Egentlig ikke. Eland er det samme. TGS, KOA, AXO, MPCC, Storebrand. Vår Energi. Det er nesten de samme. Det er ikke noe nytt noe som er her. Jeg tror vi kan få, jeg tror vi kommer til å få en kraftig korreksjon på amerikanske børsen. Så jeg tror at hvis man bare venter litt der, så kan vi sikkert få noen ordentlige brilleaksjer. Altså, verdens tredje største selskap, eller hva faen det er for noe, har gått opp 77% på 3 måneder. Jeg vet ikke om det forteller dere noe, at det liksom, det skal egentlig ikke være mulig, liksom. Det er liksom, det skal ikke være mulig. Da skal det komme til en gigantisk kontrakt, det har ikke gjort det heller. Det har bare gått. Ja, jeg er enig, Haugland, men det er jævla vanskelig da, når det er liksom bare 5 aksjer som går på news, og de 5 aksjene styrer 54% av Nasdaq, så... Og det kommer bare nyheter på AI som er bra. Det kommer bare positive nyheter på AI hele tiden. AI ditt, AI datt, AI er jo fremtiden, men det er som en annen investor innpå sier. Jeg tror AI er etter hvert allemannseie på lik linje som internett. Det kommer til å være gratis overalt, tenker jeg. Bare se på ChatGPT nå, liksom. Du har den gratis-versjonen. Jeg bruker den nesten hver dag. Det er gratis. Koster ikke en dritt. Ja. Du har tvangstanker, jeg bare sier det sånn. Ja.
Bloomberg Television and the Bloomberg Business app.
Ja.
This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Ja. Jo mer du må betale, jo mer overskudd har du. Nei, det hjelper jo ikke det da. Du må fortsatt ha den jævla momsen. Du må kjøpe ting.
Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial Average up 291 points. The S&P 500 up 44 points. That's a record. 62.71 on the index. Nasdaq Composite Index up 189 points. That's a record. The Nasdaq 100 up 215 points. That's a record. The economy adding 147,000 jobs in June. The unemployment rate falling to 4.1%. And as a result, traders are now betting on no rate cut for the Fed for this month. The bond market selling off in price 2-year, which is more policy reactive. That is up 10 points as the price goes down, so we're at 389 on the 2-year. Deal news, New York-based Olo. This is the platform for restaurants that's being acquired by Thoma Bravo. A $10.25 per share in cash. Olo shares up right now close to 14%. Silicon Valley-based Cadence Design, ticker symbol CDNS, and Synopsys among the beneficiaries after the U.S. lifted the export license requirements for chip design software sales in China. Datadog, that's going to replace Juniper Networks in the S&P 500. This is prior to the opening of trading on July 9th. Datadog, that is up 12% right now.
Foot traffic at United Parks and Resorts' 12 U.S. locations has fallen an estimated 9.6% on average over the 30 days through the end of June. Compared to a 1.3% drop in the same period last year. This is according to analysis of cell phone mobility data. This is the company that runs SeaWorld, Sesame Place, and Busch Gardens.
Er det noen som har fått med seg at han der coach Eng er død, eller? Jeg hadde litt sansen for han, jeg synes han virket som en jævla sånn hyggelig, morsom fyr. Hvis det er sant at han er død. Jeg synes han virket som en veldig ålreit fyr. Ung, en fin fyr.
Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Isabel Lee and Paul Sweeney were live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as
Ja, jeg så at en hadde lagt ut en sånn printscreen fra søstera hans som hadde sagt "Hvil i fred, broren min", eller noe sånt nå. Så det var søstera hans som hadde lagt ut da. Hvis ikke det er kødda med da.
But Margaret Patel, she lived it every day. She's a senior portfolio manager at Allspring Global Investments. Margie, if you look back on the first half of the year and you think about some of the volatility that we saw in the financial markets, how does that frame maybe your outlook for the second half of this year?
Well, I think the first half volatility was just a correction that was a little bit overdue because the market had done so well in 24. But I think now when you look at the fundamentals, it says that the economy is moving ahead slowly. The Fed is basically stable, leaning towards cutting rates. So it says we should have more of the same in the second half. In other words, probably it looks like we're going to be aiming at least at the low double-digit total returns for the year.
You wrote in your note that markets have absorbed a lot of negative news and uncertainty so far in 2025. Doesn't that make you think that markets will also be more vulnerable to negative surprises at this point? Like, what is exactly priced in?
Yeah. No, I don't think the market is very vulnerable. The most important reason is what's the Fed doing? Is the Fed slamming on the brakes, raising short-term interest rates, pulling back on liquidity? And the answer is no. The Fed is leaning towards neutrality to maybe a couple 25 basis point cuts. So I think as long as you have a neutral to positive Fed backdrop, there's really very, very limited bad news we can have in the economy. Most sectors look pretty well balanced. And if we see a cut in short rates, which I think the market is telegraphing is really overdue on the Fed's part, we could see stock prices move higher just because price earnings ratios respond to lower short-term interest rates by expanding, and see some PE expansion in addition to pretty good earnings of 8, 10, 12% average.
Margie, technology has been a sector that's led this market forever. There are a lot of investors who have never been in this market without tech being the leader here. Is that still the case going forward, do you think?
Yes, I think so, because when you look at the other sectors, tech still shows like it's one of the sectors likely to have the highest earnings growth, highest growth in cash flow, really global demand and product innovation, which is very important in that sector to expand markets. So I think it's going to continue to be a leading sector. And we'd like to see other sectors come in and have earnings growth even faster, but it's pretty hard to see that. So we think tech is really going to be one of the anchors in a portfolio looking at the better performing sectors.
What about earnings season? It begins mid this month. I can't believe it's already July, and we'll definitely hear more about how companies are navigating uncertainty, tariffs. What are you looking out for?
I think companies have done a pretty good job about telegraphing how they will be affected by tariffs and adjusting where their business is so they won't be as vulnerable. And a lot about the tariffs is still rather unknown as far as the impact on companies and how big it'll be for different companies and products. So we think when you look at profitability of U.S. companies, it really looks pretty good. We've had earnings in the chugging along, say, at 8, 10, 12% for the last few quarters, even though we've had low growth, or even the last quarter we actually had negative.
Ny lov på AI, Getson.
forward earnings looking pretty good. So I think you have to be pretty optimistic about companies continuing to expand.
Mindre restriksjoner på datachipsalg til Asia.
Frankly, a lot of people
Stikk motsatt av hva de sa for 3 måneder siden.
when the Fed began to cut rates, they were attracted to the very, very high short rates. So I think there's actually still a lot of money on the sidelines, still a lot of liquidity that could actually power equities a lot higher.
On the fixed income side, Margie, I mean, I'm looking at the 2-year Treasury, almost 3.9% here. We have it up 9 basis points today, so move higher in yields for the bond market. Do you stick with the Treasuries? If so, where? Or do you take some credit risk?
Well, I think the treasuries are really basically, say, in the 10-year treasury, which is what I look at, more or less in a trading range, say 4 to 4.5. But I think what you're seeing in the 2-year is really saying the market thinks that a lower Fed funds rate would be appropriate, and that's what I think we'll see. When you look at, say, the high yield market, you've seen spreads return to pretty much near their narrows of the last few years, but that's simply because the fundamentals are so good. Defaults are actually below 2% right now. There's still a lot of money who would like income-oriented investments. It yields, say, 2 to 3 percentage points more than treasuries. So I think high yield is still very attractive, more moderate in total return than we may like to see. Maybe we're looking at a coupon of, say, 5.5 to 7.5%, and 1 or 2% of capital appreciation. So that says to me, mid to high single digits for high yield, better than treasuries. So we think that corporate bonds are a pretty attractive sector for the extra yield.
Always great stuff. Thank you so much, Margie. Really appreciate it. Margie Patel, Senior Portfolio Manager, Allspring Global Investments up there in Boston, Mass, which in the warm weather, one of my favorite towns anywhere is Boston, with the Boston Harbor, all the boats. It's just awesome up there. Let's get back down to Washington, D.C. Mike Dorning, Bloomberg News Capital Influence Deputy Team Leader. Not sure what that is, but I know he covers all the stuff going on in Washington. Mike, where are we in terms of getting something signed here today? Where are we in this process?
So basically, the Republican leaders and President Trump have putting pressure on enough Republicans so they can pass this bill. They're just waiting for Hakeem Jeffries to finish his speech denouncing the bill. Each congressional leader can speak for an unlimited amount of time, but they can't go to the bathroom while they're speaking. So you're kind of limited by biology and how long you can go. But he's making his case. He's making it at great length and vigorously. But once he's finished talking, then the Republicans will vote. They believe they have the votes, and then it will pass.
En video av
President Trump is
2,15%.
planning on signing it on July 4th.
Absolutely. I'm just here. Hakeem Jeffries started speaking this morning at 4:54 a.m. East Coast time, and as Mike mentioned, still speaking.
En video
The most read story is actually
på 3 måneder, en video opp
US House News
60%.
passed Trump's tax bill after all-nighter. If you go to
Helvete, ass.
READ, can you remind us again, Mike, what the main tension of this bill is? What is taking so long? We have President Donald Trump tweeting that. What are you trying to prove? What are Republicans waiting for?
So the big criticism Democrats have of this is they sort of feel like it's a Robin Hood in reverse, that you're taking from poor people to give to rich people. Most of the tax cuts primarily benefit more well-off people, and a lot of the social safety net services they're cutting cover lower-income people, and they don't get much in the way of tax breaks. Among Republicans, though, I mean, there are narrow Republican majorities in both houses, and the president's Republican. The Republicans backed this. They feel like the big tax cut will promote economic growth. Among the Republicans, the tensions are some of the conservatives wanted deeper cuts in spending because they're going to have like a giant $3 trillion plus deficit as a result of this bill on top of the other deficits. Whereas some of the Republican moderates from swing state districts didn't want to cut Medicaid and food stamps as much as this bill cuts them.
I have a question here. Matt from Westchester writes in, what's the SALT tax language? Do we have any finalization there?
That's sort of news you can use if you live in New York, New Jersey, or California. And that's all final. That's settled. The limit on the SALT tax goes up from $10,000 to $40,000
right.
for the next 5 years. Then it goes back down to $10,000 for the remainder of the time.
How much pomp and circumstance are we going to see on July 4 when and if President Donald Trump signs this, given that he's really drummed up this deadline of his?
The White House hasn't given their plans for the signing, but you can bet that President Trump, this is his signature main legislative wish. This is all he's really asking Congress for this whole 2 years. And this is his big ask. You can imagine he's a real estate promoter. He is not shy about promoting success, that he will have an over-the-top celebration for this.
All right. Mike Dorning, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Mike Dorning, Bloomberg News, he covers all Washington, D.C., down there in D.C. Hakeem Jeffries, he'll have to keep speaking until around 1:30 p.m. East Coast time if he wants to set the record for a House floor speech. Then Republican leader Kevin McCarthy, Republican from California, set that mark by speaking for 8 hours and 32 minutes in opposition to then President Joe Biden's signature Build Back Better legislation in 2021.
And I believe Paul Sweeney has set the record for staying in the studio without a bathroom break.
Without a bathroom break. So, I mean, I guess this happens, I guess, is the way to think
Yes,
about
but
it.
it's unbelievable. 8 hours is too long.
Yeah, so, but making, we always say, hey, where are the Democrats? Well, I guess they're making a little bit of a stand here today, so we'll keep an eye on that. But again, expected this bill will pass, and then President Trump says that he will sign it tomorrow, July 4th. How about that? S&P up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Ja, men jeg skal ringe noen, så skal jeg høre hva er det der for noe. Ikke sant? Da sa jeg at da får du fakturaer på over 100 000 måneden, så det er helt uaktuelt, så. Hun klarte nesten ikke å snakke for seg, du hørte det. Hun kan bare holde helt kjeft. Du lurer folk på den måten, bare fordi du er her for den, det er bare pullete. Synd for hun, nå mister hun deg, og da kunne hun egentlig vært ordentlig og ikke overfakturert deg, så hadde hun hatt deg videre, ikke sant? Sånn er det. Nei, det er ikke støkk, hun har brutt kontrakten, og har sendt deg faktura 2 måneder for sent. Fy faen, Nasdaq går jo ikke, er ikke sjans til å få noen Nasdaq med Nvidia opp og Broadcom og alle de popper jo hele der. Men er det noen som vet om han hoppet ned, eller om han ramlet ned? Jeg skjønner ikke hvordan det der er mulig. For han ble jo rett og slett, han ble jo ordentlig herset med på nettet. Det er mange stygge meldinger til han her, altså.
Men tror du han har tatt livet sitt?
Nei, jeg tror ikke han har tatt livet sitt, men jeg bare synes det er veldig rart at det ramler det derfra. Så ung og så sprek. Og så hørte jeg noen som sa at han hoppet ned. Jeg vet ikke. Men jeg så jo alle de kommentarene som han fikk gjennomgå på nettet. Jeg lagde jo et innlegg hvor jeg synes han virket som en kul fyr. Så jeg fikk litt vondt av han. Han var ung og prøvde å skaffe kunder og sendte meldinger til random folk og sånn, ikke sant? Og så fikk han masse pepper for det. Jeg vet ikke hva som har skjedd. Jeg bare synes det er jævlig trist, for han virket som en sånn kul. Flyttet til Dubai, satsa litt, ga litt gass, tok med seg dama, prøvde liksom da. Så var han en morsom figur, han stod jo, snakket jo veldig rart, holdt jeg på å si. Han var morsom liksom. Jeg likte den, jeg synes han var en jævla fin fyr. Det var veldig trist. Ja, der er den Tim la ut der nå.
Last trading day for this contract is July 24th. U.S. job growth exceeding expectations for the month of June, with payrolls increasing 147,000. This is driven by a jump in state and local government employment, particularly in education. Now, with a solid report like this, traders have all but eliminated chances of a Fed rate cut for this month. Right now, we have the S&P 547.
Nå er det han som der var, og så har hun der Anne-Marie, eller hva heter det, hun der, nei, Marielle, hun som døde her forrige uke. Og så er det han der lastebil-Jonas som ble drept. Og så er det han der, hva heter han for noe? Geir? Nei. Kenneth Frilufts-Kenneth, som tok livet sitt. Og så er det en til, som ikke døde, som døde for så lenge siden. Hva faen var det? Du lever, Geir. Og det er mange som har tatt kvelden nå, altså.
The district has about $135 million of municipal bond debt outstanding. And it kind of reeks of like a stunt.
You think so?
Yeah.
It's a big district. I think they have 2 high schools, Toms River North and South.
It is big. Oh, because
good Little League baseball.
Og du var en del med friluftsmannen der. Markedet stenger klokken 11. Eller 10 da, og så er det Future-markedet stenger 11.
Right here on Bloomberg Radio, I'm John Tucker. Yeah, that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Isabel and Paul.
Isabel has no idea what we're talking about.
Nvidia flakser opp og ned med 0,5% på minutt der, liksom. Det svinger noe jævlig her nå. Er det halv dag i dag? Jeg har ikke fått med meg engang, jeg. Er det altså?
John Adams wrote to Abigail Adams in a letter that
Er det halv dag i dag?
this should be celebrated by succeeding generations with pomp and parade games.
Jeg vet ikke om det er halv dag i dag. Det har jeg ikke fått med meg, liksom.
And illuminations from one end of this continent to the other. So
solid.
Very nice.
We have him to thank, and we're
Thank you,
all
Mr.
set
Adams.
July 4th this weekend. The weather's going to be great here in the East Coast. Isabel Lee, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live as well on YouTube. Donald Trump is set to impose sweeping tariffs on imports from countries around the world from July 9th. It marks the end of his 90-day pause and could result in the most disruptive shift in global trade in a century. To get some more reporting on this, we go to Brendan Murray, global trade editor for Bloomberg News. He's at our London bureau. Brendan, where are, like, if you step back on a 30,000-foot level, how should we be thinking about tariffs as we come up to this July 9th date?
Well, what we have are about 20 countries that are in active talks with the Trump administration.
Joakim,
And so far we've
lønner seg
gotten
for meg
a
at du
glimpse of
bestiller
2 or 3 of them.
at jeg bestiller
The
en
first one
stor
was with the
order,
UK,
sånn at bare er
and
en
they
bilag i stedet for 3
negotiated
stykker
down
på en
some of their
måned.
Ja.
For jeg prøvde å spørre henne på det møtet, og hun bare nei, altså, du må jo se han selv, da.
Men dama er jo blæsta.
Da spurte jeg bare lønner det seg for meg å heller gjøre en
broad contours of this deal with Vietnam, which is not a giant economy, but it has become a pretty big
Jo færre biler, jo bedre
over the past several years. And so the president said he's going to put a 20% tariff on imports of Vietnamese goods.
Stenger klokken 7.
That come through Vietnam that have been transshipped there. Basically, Vietnam's a place where
Ja,
China
Diego Jota. Ja, jeg så det. Stenger klokka 7 på børsen i dag.
So they're trying to really crack down on this hub in Southeast Asia for goods that are transshipped from China through Vietnam.
Når Nvidia har gått ned med cirka 0,5%, så ser dere Nasdaq kommer litt ned. Når Nvidia går litt opp, så går Nasdaq opp. Så sensitivt Nasdaq til Nvidia og Broadcom, spesielt Nvidia. Så hvis du ser nå har Nvidia gått opp med 0,08, så går Nasdaq litt opp. Nvidia går litt ned, så ikke sant? Du kan jo ikke handle indeks basert på en aksje. Det jo helt pissjukt. Hvis Nvidia kommer ned nå, kommer den til å gå ned. Så mye vekter Nvidia. Helt gal, Mathias. Helt sjukt. La oss kjøpe indeksen. Nei, du kan ikke kjøpe indeksen.
There are definitely too many things at play. I wonder, do you think that the president will push back the July 9 deadline? We have Trump and administration officials recently indicating that the deadline might be pushed back, but Trump did tell reporters earlier this week that he wasn't planning on an extension.
Yeah, he's saying he's trying to maintain some flexibility there. I think basically countries are going to fall into three main buckets. They're going to get their deal, like Vietnam is getting. They're going to get a delay. They're going to get more time to negotiate. Maybe they agree on a few vague things, and then they get another 3 months or another 6 months. And then there's going to be the third.
Se her nå, så kan dere se selv. Nå har Nvidia gått ned til 1,66, så ser dere Nasdaq faller videre, ikke sant? Se så sensitiv den nå. Nvidia går litt opp nå, da kommer den til å røre på seg litt opp. Selvfølgelig var det, når følger Broadcom som Nvidia spesielt da, 71, da gikk den litt opp. Det så stor påvirkningskraft Nvidia har på Nasdaq alene. Det helt sinnssykt. Det skal liksom ikke være mulig. Helt sjukt, altså. Jeg synes det veldig fascinerende. Flere knivstukket i Finland. Ja, ja. Det var trist.
There was a lot of headlines over this past week about President Trump threatened to call off talks with Canada because of their digital services tax. Canada lifted that tax and said, "Fine, let's get to the negotiating table." So those talks are happening at the same time. Mexico is trying to get some exemptions on the steel and aluminum.
Trump varslet samtalen med Putin. Det kommer i stad for så vidt.
From their goods entering the U.S. So those talks are happening in tandem with all of these others.
Stor forretningsmann og en av Norges mest frittalende samfunnsdebattanter. I en tid med høyere priser, rentehevinger og lavere vekst han blant dem som mener Norge styrer rett mot økonomisk.
Trykk på play.
Det interessant da. Spetalen dritkul å høre på.
Langt borte fra hverdagen. Her finner du eventyrene. Så begynn å lytte nå. Prøv Storytel gratis og fyll sommeren din med lydbøker.
Uføre. Han kaller valget i september et økonomisk skjebnevalg, og han har lite til overs for den sittende regjeringen, og kanskje enda mindre for norsk offentlig pengebruk. Velkommen, Øystein Stray-Spetalen.
Takk for at jeg fikk lov å komme, Gunnar.
Du har sagt at valget i høst et økonomisk skjebnevalg. Hva mener du med det?
Ja, jeg sier at egentlig det valget vi har nå, det har gått fra et valg som jeg var oppvokst i på min oppvekst, hvor politikere har tenkt i rette for at du skal få arbeid og bli belønnet riktig. Og jeg vokste opp i en generasjon hvor vi var oppvokst og hadde den sulten i oss. Vi ville ha en jobb, vi ville kjøpe en moped, vi ville kjøpe en bil, vi ville få en jobb, vi ville skape et hjem. I dag så går politikerne ut, og de har endret belønningssystemet fullstendig, slik at alt dreier seg om skatt. Og det gjør at de skal skattes, de som skaper, og de som står på morgenen og jobber. Og det belønningssystemet har slått helt feil ut for Norge. Og hvis vi ser hvordan norsk økonomi har endret seg de siste 4 årene, så står alle flinke gründere nå i kø for å komme ut av Norge. De stoler ikke på regjeringen, de stoler ikke på belønningssystemet. Og de som yter mest, de skal bli tatt fullstendig, følger de. Og den verdiskapningen vi skal ha i Norge, den avhengig av at politikerne legger til rette for at de som villige til å jobbe, de som villige til å satse, de skal få nok penger til å putte de pengene inn i velferdssystemet igjen, slik at vi kan opprettholde den økonomiske velferden vi har i dag. Når vi har fått et system i dag som helt feil belønningssystem, da vil folk ut og ikke delta i det dugnadsarbeidet.
Han så fet, altså. Se på Nvidia, falt nå til 1,5%. 1,5%, se Nasdaq begynner å dette. Skjønner dere nå hvor skummelt det å kjøpe Nasdaq? Hvis en av de store begynner å falle, så rører hele børsen på seg. Samme hvis det går opp også. Det så lite som skal til. Det liksom ikke sunt lenger. Vanligvis på et marked, ikke sant, så har du masse aksjer som rører på seg. Det bullish, det whatever, så rører alt på seg. Nå så det en aksje som kan løfte en hel indeks. Det et spesielt, ass. Vi kan bli sittende lenge i denne gulltreden. Nei, du kan bare ta med det selv. Jeg skal ikke ta med det. Jeg tredet litt i går og dag, og jeg skal ikke ta med det.
Halv 8 om hverandre, ikke en halvliter øl på Sola flyplass på en tirsdag.
I en nylig episode av Nettavisen-podcasten Stavrum og Eikland kommer finanstoppen Øystein Stray Spetalen med følgende omtale av Rødt-profil Mimmi Kristiansson.
Trykk på play, og la en ny lydbok begynne.
Dag 18. Har ikke fått sitte inn sin 23. Det 18 dager siden, ikke en uke siden? Kjøpte du ikke den rett før krigen? Stoppa? Hvor lenge det siden den 23. Bare så ikke min matematikk helt feil. For meg så det litt over en uke. Ingen som kan regne det ut? Nei. Nei, de sier det 18 dager her. Jeg får ikke det til å stemme, for vi kjøpte noe rett før krigen stoppet. 11 dager. Det 11 dager, da regner du med lørdag og søndag, eller 11 handelsdager? Det 11 handelsdager, eller 11 dager med lørdag og søndag? Jeg sitter inn i 1, 2, 3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Swappen ikke mye, Tim. Da har du alt for mye investert. Swappen standard overalt. Hvis du har jævla mye swap, da har du jævla høy giring. Swappen skal ikke ha noe å si. Jeg har swap her på min nå på $8 liksom, på en posisjon. På en uke. Så hvis du har høy swap, da har du jævla høy giring. Husk på gull, så handler vi med, det jo 200 eksponeringer, ikke sant? Jeg begynner å lure også matematikken til enkelte her, altså. 0,01 posisjon. Ok, hvor mye penger er 0,01 posisjon til? Hvor mye penger er 0,01? Hvor mye cash er det? Da finner du ut om det er dyrt. Hvor mye cash er det? 0,01.
Ingenting I forhold til hva det koster å...
Nei, men bare, hvor mye dollar er 0,01? Hvor mye penger er det liksom? Hvor mye er det du handler for å få 0,01?
Mellom 27 og 30.
Hva sa du?
Mellom 27 og 30.
1000?
1000?
Eller kroner, eller hva sier du nå?
Mellom 0,27 og...
Det 3.325 USD, det tilsvarer 0,01.
Ja.
Det 30 000 da.
Det 40 000 kroner ish. 35 000 kroner.
$8 I swap ingenting.
På en uke. Det ikke mye, ass.
Nå restarten.
Ja, for jeg synes mikken til han også den dårligere enn min. For han blir sånn jævla grumsete, synes jeg. Ja, hvis du sitter lenge så blir det dyrt. Man må liksom se på totalen da. Nå er du på, vet du.
Det har noen?
Ja, nå er det veldig bra. For det veldig sånn grumselyd, så jeg hører nesten ingenting, jeg. Derfor jeg sier her hele tiden.
Au.
Ikke på grunn av dialekter, liksom. Det ekko på din nå, Robert.
Men Sahara jo der med Discord.
Nei, hun ikke her nå, hun nede.
Focus can then maybe move to inflation. What are the expectations in the market? We haven't really seen any inflation creep into this market of any note here, which some people had feared with the tariffs and so on. What's the view there?
Yeah, well, there's a couple of things going on. Underlying there were some, when you look at the May data, there were some sectors that did see a little bit of an uptick in inflation in the goods sector, but that was offset in large part and will be offset again by lower energy prices and as well as rents that are starting to flow through. Keep in mind, when we talk about rents and owner's equivalent rent, which is the housing component of the consumer price index, that will continue to fall just naturally because it takes a long time for 12 months basically, right, for rents to be adjusted to these prices. So you're going to wind up seeing, yes, prices will increase, but they're increasing at a slower pace. That means that inflation is falling.
Så streamer lyd. Sånn faen, jeg har ikke gjort noe annet her nå. Jeg alene her, liksom.
The only variable left is what are service prices doing? In today's report,
det av nå, hvis jeg tok av Bloomberg der nå, liksom?
Vet ikke.
Nå tok jeg på den.
Kommer etter.
Yeah, I agree with you, Paul. Like, we haven't seen inflation and probably won't.
Interesting. All right, folks. Ira Jersey, we know him as one of the leading voices on U.S. interest rates in global Wall Street, but he's also our soccer...
Da lar vi nå være dårlig, da. Men jeg må høre på nyheter. Jeg må høre på nyheter hele tiden. Jeg har lyst til å bare kjøpe 20 kontrakter Nasdaq og bare gi faen. Det så jævla skummelt. Fy faen, altså, jeg kan tjene mye penger. Helvete, eller.
Kjøp 20 gull, da.
Ja, men den... gull går jo litt opp og ned. Nasdaq går jo ikke ned, det går bare opp. Til og med går, når gull gikk bananas rett opp i går, Den gikk jo fortsatt litt ned i perioden før den gikk opp, og så gikk den ned, så gikk den opp. Det er liksom, den er jo litt mer normal. Det er Nasdaqen som er helt sinnssyk, liksom. Det er jo null bunn på den. Det er fortsatt ekko på Robert. Det er ekko på Bloomberg, ikke på Mikte Botox. Ja, men jeg har ikke på Bloomberg nå. Men bare så dere vet det, sånn swapper og sånn, det er belåning, for vi kjører med 200 giring. Men når vi tar gevinst, så tar vi gevinsten etter swap, så swappen betyr ikke en shit sånn egentlig. Det er ikke sånn at du tar gevinst, og så kommer swappen på toppen. Gevinsten er etter swap. Så når det er grønne tall, så er det grønne tall, hvis dere lurer på hvordan det fungerer.
Ja, men det er bare $115.
Men jeg tror vi skal få litt mer fart her i dag, altså. Det står jo helt stille her nå. Før de nyhetene kom akkurat, så var vi faen meg helt oppe på 65 i stad. Det er ganske sjukt. Ja, så Donald Trump, han har jo bomma helt da, fullstendig. Det blir ikke noe rentekutt nå, vet du, med de tallene som kom nå i stad. Powell har hatt helt rett hele tiden. Amerikansk økonomien er kjempestødig. Det genererer masse nye arbeidsplasser og så videre. Inflasjonen er fortsatt alt for høy i forhold til benchmark som skal være på 2%. Ikke sant? Så de har jo... Trump får ikke ned den renten her med det første. Man vil jo bare ha ned renten for å skape boost i markedet. Han er jo lastet opp til helvete. Jeg leste i dag at Donald Trump har økt formuen sin med nesten 7 milliarder kroner etter han ble president. Han er vel den presidenten som har tjent mest penger av alle under en presidentperiode. Nå. Og han var den presidenten som gikk til valg på at det ikke han gjorde for penger. 7 milliarder har han tjent på noen måneder. 650 millioner dollar som er accountable. Det er sikkert enda mer, som vi ikke vet om. På skjulte kontor og sånn. Han har sikkert brukt alle venner og familie til å kjøpe aksjer.
Jeg regner litt på det. Akkurat sånn som vi ligger nå, så har vi sagt 1686 for 0,01.
0,01 på
1686 dollar. Kommer giringen på topp.
Ikke sant? Nå faller Nvidia litt mer her nå, så får vi se om det drar med seg resten her nå. Nvidia kommer litt ned, Microsoft går videre oppover. Apple, på stedet hvil egentlig. Broadcom kommer litt ned med 1%. Vi får se om det gir en utslag. Skal jeg logge ut den, eller er det ikke min det er noe gærent på nå? Er det Robert sin det er noe gærent med?
Nei, prøv en full restart.
Skal jeg restarte?
Nei, jeg begynner.
Ok, skal du gjøre det? Ok. $1,30 nå på Nvidia. Faller videre. 1,25 nå på Nvidia. Faller videre. Euro-dollar er på stedet hvil. Ikke sant, Viking Power. Ikke sant. Det gir jo mening, faktisk. Oi. Skal vi opp og teste 50-dageren på gull før vi går videre ned? Skal vi se om vi bryter 50-dageren? Da går vi videre oppover til 32-34. Får vi se da. Var det noen som abonnerte på den der Squawken, den der juice-greia, eller? Noen som hadde den? Det var sånn juice, hva heter den for noe? Juice, et eller annet. Juice. Juice. Juice Couture, hva faen da? Det var ikke det der. Nå. Juice. Hva faen het den Juice-siden da? Jeg husker ikke hva det heter. Samme faen. Husk, vi må bryte 30-34 for at det skal gå videre oppover. Vi var jo oppe på 60 i stad før de tallene kom. Det er ikke noe som har skjedd annerledes på de tallene. Alt er helt likt på gull. Alt funnet er helt likt. Ikke noe annerledes. Eneste som er annerledes nå er at arbeidstallene var veldig, veldig sterke. Eller bedre enn ventet da. Ja, da har vi den, Elian. Ja, bruker du den, Elian? Har du noen erfaring med den, eller? Jeg har inntrykk av at jeg tror at den er veldig, veldig bra, ass. Den har alt av greier her, liksom. Den tror jeg er veldig fin, altså. Den kan jeg ha liggende her. «27 på gull nå, henter seg inn igjen. Man må liksom bryte 30 til 34. Nå ser det veldig brutalt ut her, da, fordi jeg har så jævla dratt chart. Takk for linken, for det er akkurat den jeg leter etter. Her er morgenrapporten min på dere som... Det er den jeg lager hver dag. Tjena, Greven.
Likens.
Jeg tror det er bedre nå. Jeg hører ikke noe ekko. De sier at det er fordi det går inn i mikken min og inn i ekko. Det er det samme.
Ja,
Men det var jo ikke det i stad.
I dag, ja.
Ja, vet du faen.
Samme i går, vet du.
Nei, i går er helt perfekt.
The national women's teams in Europe.
Their consent within 3 days, given the processing times, like they were depending on slower software, etc. So really, this deal prevented lenders from being able to organize a group and fight for better terms.
How did they get away with that? I mean, if I ever tried that back in the day when I was at Chase, the bondholders would just smack back at me, throw it right back in my face. How did they get that done?
They really relied on kind of a prisoner's dilemma in that there were winners and losers created in this structure. and they kind of stapled it to consent. There's no kind of rules around how long a consent can be. So they really utilized that deadline to prevent lenders from organizing. And also they, to JP Morgan's credit and to the other advisors, Evercore and Kirkland, they did provide an exchange rate that was higher than where the debt was currently trading.
Okay, I see. But
so
still,
a loss on the face value,
Yes.
but a premium to current trading
But
levels.
these are this isn't junk. I mean, these bonds were investment grade, weren't they?
Yep. I mean, it kind of
Wait a
took
second.
away
Like,
the
if I'm an
protections.
investment grade bondholder, I'm not taking this deal. I've never seen anything like it.
No, neither have we. And this is kind of the concern in the market that this is
Wow.
going to be the playbook that we're going to see for more and more investment grade companies. So the distressed kind of mechanisms are coming to investment grade.
But they must be taking a victory lap right now, although we do have the European Leveraged Finance Association releasing a statement warning that the whole process was, quote, a worrying negative development. And they say that this might be coercive in nature. How are others receiving this? And will it even be a precedent given warnings with stern language like this?
Right. So they're talking about the anti-boycott language, which basically prevents lenders from kind of banding together and deciding not to take part in a new issuance. So that kind of is the first time we've seen that language. And, as we know, in the distressed land, we see a ton of so-called liability management exercises. We see groups kind of forming, locking arms together with these cooperation pacts. But this one just basically prevents lenders from, again, coming together and not partaking in a new issuance. And, eventually, JP Morgan is going to have to issue new debt. So this kind of
And what's
helps them.
Again, what was also interesting to me was this, huge bridge loan that JP Morgan did. Because I know a lot of boutique investment banks, they're really good at doing these debt restructurings and maybe taking some business away from the JP Morgans and the Goldman Sachs of the world. I guess this is JP Morgan coming back and saying, well, listen, we've got this big balance sheet. It can help you get deals done.
Right. And not so long ago, we reported on a story about how JP Morgan was trying to take a bite out of restructurings and LMEs, et cetera. And one thing that we were hearing is that they have the balance sheet to do so, something that boutique firms may not. So this kind of gives them more validation.
And an interesting thing in your stories, you said the whole thing was so important enough that even Jamie Dimon received updates on it. So it's not like this one little niche group risking something big. Even the CEO is kept abreast.
This went to the top. So this was a big deal for JP Morgan and its bankers, the M&A bankers, the capital markets bankers, the restructuring desks. This was
All right,
a
JP
big
Morgan and the
factor.
company may be doing a victory lap, but at some point in the next year, 2, 3, they're going to have to come back to the bond market. And these people are going to remember. And there could be a price to pay there. I know I would hold a grudge if I were a bondholder there. So anyway, great story. It got a green B, folks, and that means that it's a really, really good, cool story, and it's unique, and it's a scoopish and all those kinds of things that the journalists worry about. Rashmi Basu, thank you so much for joining us. Credit reporter for Bloomberg News. Great story. Right down my hallway. And what I did notice is JP Morgan actually was the M&A advisor on the deal coming together to put the companies together. And now they're getting paid to take them apart. That is beautiful. Looking at the markets, I mean, that's how you script it. S&P 500 up 50 points, 0.8%. The Nasdaq's up a full 1%, 200 points. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We got the U.S. stock market holding at a record. Jobs Thursday, and this Bloomberg Business Flash is brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses, Oracle's offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure for new with minimum financial commitments. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all higher. Treasuries fell. The dollar rose as stronger than forecast employment growth soothes concern that the economy is poised to slow. And that is staunching speculation that the Fed will need to cut rates anytime soon. Again, stocks at a record. The S&P 500 index now higher by 49 points, up 0.8%. Very close to session highs at 62.77. We've got the Dow up 336 now, up by 0.8%. NASDAQ up 201, a gain for the NASDAQ Composite Index of 1%. Our Mag 7 Index pushing higher as well, up 0.9%, with the 10-year currently yielding 4.33%, the 2-year 3.86%. Gold down 0.8%, 33.30 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude 66.61 a barrel. WTI down by 1.2%. FedEx double upgraded to outperform at BNP Paribas Exane, with the broker saying the stock is, quote, arguably oversold. Rival UPS, meanwhile, upgraded to neutral from underperform. All this as UPS plans to voluntarily offer buyouts to union represented delivery truck drivers as the company works to slim down its operations. Again, FedEx up 0.7% after the upgrade. UPS down 0.9%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Isabel Lee and Paul Sweeney were live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio in New York City, which I would characterize as an A-plus piece of real estate. That's how the real estate people kind of grade it out. If you're A, B, C, and if you're A in New York, you're fine. The B and C are having some troubles, but I'd consider us A-plus anyway. We're streaming on the internet as well on YouTube, so check us out there. I tell you, there's a lot of news in the technology side of the business on OpenAI. OpenAI has agreed to rent a massive amount of computing power from Oracle data centers as part of its Stargate initiative, totaling about 4.5 gigawatts. I don't know what a gigawatt is, but it sounds big, of data center power in the U.S. So I have no idea what that means. And OpenAI is not, Bloomberg AI is giving me some stuff, but I need to go to the source. Anurag Rana, technology analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Anurag, it seems like we're seeing a lot of deals getting inked here in the tech space. This AI story is still moving along at a great pace. Talk to us about what's going on at Oracle.
Yeah, so this is something we discussed a few days ago when Oracle was up, sharply at that point. They didn't disclose the name of the client, but that seems like, as we said, it is OpenAI. This is part of the Stargate project that came out right after the president got elected at the beginning of January or the end of Jan. This is a big project. It's going to take several years to build out. It's going to be very humongous data centers across the country and perhaps even globe, where OpenAI is basically buying computing capacity from Oracle with the help of SoftBank, funding part of that particular project.
What is your sense of this deal? Because we have credit ratings, S&P, saying that Oracle Cloud's infrastructure building spree was draining cash flow and that the current spending pace is higher than anticipated. Is that also the view you have?
Yeah, it's going to be much higher. In fact, we think the company gave guidance of about capex of $25 billion. We think that's going to be low. It's going to be, well north of that over the long term. Over the next 3 to 5 years. Remember, just a few years ago, they were only spending about $5-6 billion a year. But frankly speaking, if you really want to play in the cloud infrastructure game or AI infrastructure game, you really need to spend the money up front in order to get those workloads down the road. Microsoft is spending, Amazon is spending, and frankly, for Oracle's good fortune, they actually have a client who's willing to pay them ahead of time, or they have an agreement so that they can go out and build this data center and they can recognize revenue over the next few years.
Oracle will develop multiple data centers across the U.S. with partners with sites in several states under consideration, including Texas, Michigan, and Wisconsin here. Where does Oracle fit within kind of your broader AI theme, Anurag?
Yeah, just about 5 years ago, to be honest, they were pretty much absent in this game because their cloud infrastructure was there to take care of their clients only, and nobody else was renting it from them. I mean, there were certain clients, but not so big. I think the TikTok deal really helped them out because TikTok runs on Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. They gave them some credibility. They've been spending a lot of money to expand their data center footprint. I think they can afford to do that because they have a very incredible, profitable, database business where they are the market leaders. They have a lot of cloud applications where they generate a lot of free cash flow. So they established this business, and now they're reaping the benefit of it. As it relates to, let's say, AWS, they're still very small in size. And their infrastructure as a service business last year did $10 billion in revenue, as compared to, let's say, Amazon, which is running at about 100 billion or so. But this particular customer, or this customer and a few others, by FY28 will add another $30 billion on top of the 10 that we are talking about. So their cloud business really becomes much stronger down the road because of this deal.
What about Microsoft? Lots of news here too. Their gaming division laid off hundreds of employees, and specific to Xbox, this is the fourth mass layoff at least in the last 18 months. What is their strategy here?
The strategy, I think, is by the CEO saying, listen, you use these AI tools, become more productive, and I'm not going to hire at the same pace as we used to hire before. And I think that is the game now. I think this is going to go on and carry on to other tech firms, whether it's on the software landscape or any of the other subsectors. But I think you're going to see this theme recurring over the next 12 months where CEOs are saying, you really need to figure out your productivity before you ask for a headcount. And I think that is, frankly speaking, that's not good for the downstream players, people who are selling software packages to these companies, HR software, sales software. But there's not a whole lot anybody can do about it at this point.
Anurag, I know you and Mandeep and your technology team have done deep dives into AI. And folks, there's lots of great Bloomberg Intelligence research out there on the terminal. And so check it out. But there's some serious deep dive work, some of the best on Wall Street. If you want to learn about what AI is, check that out. Anurag, I'll tell you what I say, which I don't hear many people talking about. This will replace people. AI is going to replace people across, I think, countless industries. What do you guys think?
No, I think that's a very valid view. And as I was telling you on the Microsoft's case, when we go pre-Chat GPT era, for every $1 percentage points increase in revenue for Microsoft, their headcount used to grow somewhere around 0.7 or 0.8 times. We're close to a point that it's going to be very difficult to see that ratio now because Microsoft revenue is going to grow, let's say over the next 12 months, somewhere around 13 to 15%. But I don't think the headcount's going to grow anywhere more than 4 or 5%. And that's frankly is the asymmetric growth between revenue and headcount that it's going to recur throughout the entire technology, space. And that's, frankly speaking, it is good for the shareholders, but not so good for if you are a tech worker in this landscape.
What about the tens of billions of dollars spent on data centers and application development? We have Microsoft, for instance, pledging that it would put a lid on that cost. Are you also hearing that same vibe from other companies? And by the way, to Paul's point, that's kind of sad because I hope we still have a job, which is why I keep cooking, because I think cooking will not be replaced by AI. Back to AI cost in Microsoft.
Yeah, see, for Microsoft, they have already pledged, let's say over the next 12 months, somewhere close to $100 billion for the expansion of their data center and all the AI infrastructure build. That revenue, that the pace of that growth is going to slow down over the next, let's say, 24 months. But what we don't know is, beyond an FY27 or 28, whether it's going to continue that level or not. Right now, it is driving some growth for them, but it's also hurting margins. All this revenue that's coming up actually has a much lower margin structure than their core business. So we really have to see, how they're going to deal with margins. And one of the ways they can do that is by reducing headcount. So I think they're going to give guidance by the end of this month when they report results for their fiscal year, which is FY26. Yep. And I think that's where they're going to see some of the margin benefits of these layoffs.
Anurag Rana, thanks so much. Appreciate it. As always, Anurag Rana, Senior Technology Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Let's get back to these markets here. We've got the S&Ps up 0.8%. We're joined by Nancy Tengler, CEO and Chief Investment Officer, Laffer Tengler Investments. Nancy, thanks for joining us here. One of the trades that
really took hold, I guess, earlier in the year during some of the period of volatility was investors moving or I guess reducing their allocation to the U.S. and going non-U.S., for example, European equities. Is that a short-term trade, or is that something you think is a longer-term investment allocation?
So I'm convinced, and I'm maybe wrong about this, that this is a short-term pivot to rest of world, particularly in response to the tariff confusion and tariff terror from the president's announcement. And so I think if you look at growth and you look at where it's coming from, it is definitely not coming from Europe. I think Japan is sort of a separate and different issue. And then you have a unique set of considerations with China. But in terms of where I would want to be investing marginal dollars, despite the dollar weakness, I'd still be focused on the U.S. because if we are in a slowing U.S. economy, which means we're probably in a slowing global economy, you want to own the reliable earners, and most of those companies are in the technology.
Faen, jeg var muta, ja.
That is based in the U.S.
Jeg sa Nvidia gikk opp igjen, og da gikk Nasdaq videre opp også.
Great again because of the outperformance we've seen this year. But Nancy, back here in the U.S., many have been encouraged by the rapid recovery of the stock market, but are concerned that valuations are still high. Where are you finding conviction?
Det skjer ikke så mye nå.
Yeah, so we were adding to a number of the tech names during the sell-off, and that.
Eurodollaren styrker seg noe. Markedet liksom på peak innenfor dagen. Gull må bryte gjennom 30-34, og det skal nå videre oppover. Skjer ikke så mye.
On an expectation that the housing malaise will turn into not a boom, but a recovery. And that will obviously need to come with a Fed rate cut.
I gick in en mix där.
But we think, usually the market discounts that ahead of time. And then in addition to that, we were
adding mix där.
names.
Gjorde du det nå?
And really sort of broadening out the portfolio. We moved Quanta Services into our 12 Best Ideas portfolio a couple of months ago. And we've really just been upgrading the quality because we've actually had the opportunity to do that with sell-off.
Nancy, we've got about 30 seconds left. Goldman Sachs. It's on your list. Why?
Det ikke noe fart
It's
her,
our
da.
12 Best Ideas portfolio. It was one of our 5 for 25. And the
Wow.
expectation was that deal making would accelerate or re-accelerate this year. They just raised the dividend 33%. So there's a lot to like there. It was also a valuation story, so we'll see.
The stock is setting not only a 52-week high today, but an all-time high today. So that's been a good call. Nancy. So, Nancy, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate that. Nancy Tengler, she's the CEO and Chief Investment Officer of Laffer Tengler Investments. She's out there in Arizona. I didn't even ask what the title out there. I'm going to Google that afterwards, but I'm guessing it's a triple-digit kind of thing. So, you pay the price. 84. Only 84. That's not bad at all.
Fikk med at han lastebil Jonas, han anmeldte forholdene 11 ganger, og alle ble henlagt. Før han ble skutt, liksom. Helt sjukt. Ny topp på Nasdaq. Pro mode. Det gir jo mening da. Hvis det er to forskjellige... Jeg tror jeg er pro. Fy faen, se Nasdaq har 244 poeng opp. Helt spinnvilt.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day at Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
It's 11:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Best level of the session. It is a jobs Thursday. Treasuries fell. The dollar rose. Stronger than forecast. Employment growth soothes concern that the U.S. economy is poised to slow. So the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, all advancing. S&P right now climbing by 52 points. We're looking at another record, 62.80. Just over an hour to go until this market closes for a long holiday weekend for a lot of people. The S&P up 0.9%. The Dow up 336 now, up 0.8%. NASDAQ outperforming, up 1.1%. The Bloomberg Mag 7 index higher by 1%. 10-year 4.32%, with the 2-year 3.86%. We've got spot gold down $30 the ounce, down 0.9%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, 66.64 a barrel. Well, ahead of the 4th of July holiday, Nancy Tengler, the Chief Investment Officer at Laffer Tengler, told us right here on Bloomberg Intelligence she is sticking with the U.S.
Despite the dollar weakness, I'd still be focused on the U.S. because if we are in a slowing U.S. economy, which means we're probably in a slowing global economy, you want to own the reliable earners, and most of those companies are in the technology space, and most of that is based in the U.S.
Nancy Tengler of Laffer Tengler, interviewed moments ago right here on Bloomberg Intelligence. You can hear more of that conversation on the Bloomberg Intelligence podcast. Download it wherever you get your podcasts. Sources tell Bloomberg AstraZeneca is discussing a partnership deal with Summit Therapeutics, in which it could pay as much as $15 billion over time to license a lung cancer drug. Shares of AZN, AstraZeneca, down 1.8%. Summit surging now by 9.9%. Recapping stocks higher, stocks at a record, S&P up 0.9. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Isabel Lee, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. It's Thursday. That means we check in with 1B Ritholtz. Barry Ritholtz, host of Masters in Business on Bloomberg Radio, also the founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. Barry, I'm just reading your note here. I love how you bring in to the conversation sharks. It is July 4th weekend. Local media are filled with accounts of shark sightings. I will be in the ocean probably at 3:15 today. But it's also on the 50th anniversary of the movie Jaws. How do you link sharks and Jaws into investing, Barry?
It's hard to find a better parallel, which is kind of amazing. Investors fear the wrong things, as do people on the beach. So the last year we have the full data for in the United States and was 2024. There was something like 28 unprovoked shark bites. And what that unprovoked shark bites means, not somebody playing with a shark in the shallows, fishermen, someone who's actually going into their space and interrupting them, just a random surfer gets bit. These things happen occasionally. They don't care for us. Sometimes if we're in a wetsuit, we look like a seal or their favorite meal. And one person in the United States died from a shark attack. And the math behind that is very parallel to what investors deal with. We fear the wrong things. We fear the big, splashy, emotional things, the headlines. You are much more likely to be killed in the car on the way to the beach than you are to be killed by a shark. That's just the basic math, how frequently car accidents take people versus sharks. So what do investors fear? We fear market crashes. We fear hyperinflation. We fear tariffs. We fear all of these things, but the reality is what actually causes us problems are things like costs and taxes and excessive trading and chasing whatever the sexy hot new thing is. Our behavior is a bigger problem. Market crashes come and go every generation. We've been warned about deficits and hyperinflation for my entire adult life for the past half century. We should focus less on sharks and more on wearing our seatbelts, watching our cholesterol, and not texting while we drive.
So you also make a point that more people die driving than in shark attacks, and globally there are 47 shark bites. So do you think that the markets are pessimistic right now? Is that the sense that I'm getting? Because if you look at stocks, at least they're very exuberant. We have many measures from Bank of America to Barclays showing irrational exuberance, actually.
So I don't know if I would call it irrational exuberance, primarily because there are lots of things that are bullish. I don't know of anything that's more bullish than all-time highs. And let me put some numbers on that so people understand exactly what I mean about that. So between 1957 and the end of the second quarter, the S&P 500 had 1,231 all-time highs. And if you're going to say, hey, that's almost 75 years, that's too long, okay, let's take the previous bull market from 1982 to not even 2000, to 1999. Over those 12 years, the Dow Jones Industrials, they made 492 all-time highs. And so, yes, I will give you the 492nd all-time high in March 2000. That probably would have been a good one to avoid. But in order to miss that, you would have had to miss a substantial number of the previous 491 all-time highs that took place over the previous 16 years. And so every time I did a column for Bloomberg back in 2014, talking about the same thing. No market highs are not a bad sign. Whenever we see market highs, the usual suspects come out and say, this market is overvalued, it's toppy, this all-time high is a dangerous sign. The data doesn't back that up. And just to bring it to reality, had you followed that advice in 2014, that all-time highs that we made in 2014 were toppy, just think about how much you would have left on the table getting out of equities because, hey, this market's long in the tooth, it's Fed-driven, it's temporary, it's toppy. That was 11 years ago and hundreds of percentage points in gains. All-time highs are very bullish.
Barry, it's July 4th weekend. What are you driving to the beach this weekend?
The beach is going to be, we're going to take the truck out to the beach house. load up the car with some food, some rosé and the dogs, and then the beach car is the Jeep. We'll take the top off the Jeep and take that over to Rogers Beach, which is just this beautiful, pristine. You know, it's amazing how much we don't appreciate what world-class beaches we have on the Long Island shore, on the Jersey shore. You work your way up to Connecticut to Rhode Island. These are beaches that are as nice
Mm.
as the world.
Ja, alt er bra nå. Alt er funker som det skal nå. Så alt er bra.
Spending the summer on the beach of Long Island.
Very good. There you go. That's all you need to know, folks. I concur that for the Jersey Shore. Come on down. It'll be beautiful this weekend. We got to get Isabel down there. We got to get her off this island of New York City. Barry, thanks so much for joining us. Barry Ritholtz, he's host of Masters in Business. Also, he's the author of the book How Not to Invest. So go check that out on Amazon. It's a great book. I read that earlier this year. He's also the founder of Ritholtz Wealth Management. So we got to get you off this rock here. There's
I
a
do have
big
to go to the
tri-state
beach.
area that's got a lot
I'm
of
a tropical
stuff.
person. I grew up with beaches, so now
Oh,
I
that's
feel
right,
like
Philippines. So
Yes.
you have a very high bar for your beaches.
I'm a bit of a snob, but
Yes.
I'm sure it's beautiful in Jersey Shore.
The water's probably not as warm as you're used to. We're at 71 today. That's a high for the season so far.
What is that in Celsius? Probably 30,
Oh God, I don't
20.
know. Jeez. I don't know. Yeah, it's 20. So what do you like it?
I like
Probably-
it at 30 Celsius.
So that would be
I was
80 here.
I was in India 2 weeks ago,
Yeah.
and I heard you were worried about me, so that
Yes.
was sweet. I think that's around 90 Fahrenheit.
Wow. Okay. That's a whole different ballgame. Yeah. Now, if we get 70, we're feeling pretty good about things. All right, let's take a look at these markets holding on to the gains. That's for sure. S&P's up 55 points. The Dow's up 340 points. The Nasdaq's up 226 points. That's 1.1% gain for the day here. And again, remember, equity markets close at 1 p.m. Wall Street time today, so a shortened trading session here. 10-year Treasury yields, that quote, up 5 basis points, 4.32%. We'll have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
listening to Bloomberg Intelligence with Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, Isabel Lee, Paul Sweeney live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming live on YouTube as well. All right, there's some news on the trade side for the technology industry. The Trump administration has lifted export license requirements for chip design software sales in China as Washington and Beijing implement a trade deal for both countries to ease recent restrictions on critical technologies. What does that all mean for some of these tech players? Let's turn to Niraj Patel. He's a senior software analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He's down there in Princeton. Niraj, what does that mean for, I don't know, the Cadences of the world, the Synopsys of the world, the Siemens of the world, who need to or would like to sell this technology into China?
Yeah, Paul, this is big news. They have each about low teens exposure to China. As of late May, that new ban was put in place. That was a broad-based ban from the Bureau of Industry and Security that covered all customers in China and all end applications. So a huge lift for these companies, Cadence, Siemens, and Synopsys.
Can you talk to us why these EDA measures are unusual? Because as far as I understand, U.S. officials offered little detail on what was and what wasn't allowed.
Yeah, I think if we walk back a couple of years, during the Biden administration, October 2022 to 2023, they had put in place some export controls on chip design software, but that was focused on leading edge. We're talking about the most advanced process geometries, referencing 3 nanometers and below, and that was targeting military usage, hypersonic missiles, autonomous drone operations. And then as we started to migrate towards this type of technology being leveraged in AI, there was more sensitivity by the government on leveraging U.S. chip design software for AI applications. They kept this control restriction in place. I think the most recent one was this negotiation lever. It's an Achilles heel for China players because they do not have a good substitute. They do not have a local ecosystem for chip design software. It's only about 15% from local players, and these 3 players are about 85% of the market in China.
So, Niraj, what's the feeling within your software world about how this trade environment between U.S. and China might evolve? This is good news, as you mentioned here, for this particular part of the tech stack. Do you guys expect more easing to occur here?
I do not. I think this is the limit. They put it on temporarily. They took it off as negotiating leverage for probably mineral rights for some other areas. But as it relates to semiconductor software design, this is as much as they're going to push the envelope. I don't think they're going to remove the leading edge process geometry design tools. And the reason why that's so important is in this next era that we're currently experiencing in the early innings of AI infrastructure build out, China is lagging the adoption relative to the US, but these tools are even more essential. There's a lot of different drivers when you do an AI processor. Today, it's going from a 2D planar kind of design to a 3D architecture. That means you're stacking up a lot of different chips and you're gluing them together. You need more intricate design software, and you need a lot more verification on the back end of this design flow before you hand it off to manufacturing. So I think we've reached the limit here.
What about for EDA companies? Because they do have this worry still that even with access to Chinese market restored, customers can still hunt for other suppliers or maybe even further develop domestic capabilities or some such.
Yeah, that's an interesting angle, Isabel. And I think what we're looking at is the ecosystem has lagged really behind software players, and it's even more concentrated in this electronic design automation space. It's not a huge market. It's about 13 billion. And you've had this oligopoly where you've had, 3 players, 85% share. And you think about their work with an Intel or NVIDIA or Broadcom engineers over the last several decades, right? And they're working with Synopsys, Cadence, Siemens tools. And that back and forth is hard to replicate with a new product. You use their EDA chip design to verify an architecture. There's bugs in the tool. The engineers at Intel work with the EDA vendors to remove their bugs. So there's been a lot of back and forth in IP coming from their customer base. which is being even more handicapped now in terms of usage with NVIDIA, Intel, and Broadcom, I see.
Niraj, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. As always, Niraj Patel, Senior Software Analyst, Bloomberg Intelligence, and at Princeton. He's one of the analysts I did not hire, but he's pretty good. I mean, he's like that kind of, feel like if it wasn't my hire, I mean, why am I talking to this person? But he was good. He's a good, we'll go back to him. But that's a good news for the software developers. If they can get, a little bit of access to that Chinese market, that's a good thing. But I don't think that changes is about what appears to be a real technology Cold War between the U.S. and China.
That's fair, but the lifting of the curb is a sign that the trade agreement is being implemented and really just could mark a shift in the approach of the U.S. Perhaps, I mean, this China-U.S. trade war has been really going on for quite some time.
All right, coming up is going to be
Vet ikke.
Jeg har ikke noe ekko. Døm money, sier jeg ikke.
Romaine Bostick and Matt Miller.
Hallo.
Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and Bloomberg Podcast page on YouTube. They got special guest Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent coming in at
Ekko her også.
Wall Street time.
Skal jeg høre med han der Morten?
But I think a lot of positive things.
Han kan fikse sånn.
Expectations are high.
Det skjer jo ikke en dritt her. Det er ikke på Robert, ikke meg. Jeg har ikke flyttet på noen ting, Robert.
Folks, the S&P 500 up 0.8% and the Nasdaq up 1%.
Oh, that's hard.
Good way to end this week. Markets close 1 p.m. Wall Street time.
Of the close here on Independence Day Eve of financial markets here in the United States. Equity markets closing early at 1 p.m. The Treasury market closing early at 2 p.m. today. Romaine Bostick alongside Matt Miller. Not quite sure how this pairing ended up, Matt, but I guess we both threw the short straws.
I'm excited about it. I watch your show pretty much every day, so I'm really looking forward to working with you, especially on a day when we have an all-new record on the S&P. We're seeing yields push higher. Hakeem Jeffries is still speaking. I believe it's been now 7 hours on the floor of the House, and we could see this big, beautiful bill, when he's done, finally get finished.
Yeah, and we should just point out, too, I mean, we talk about, you see it there on your screen. I mean, this all kind of unfolded early in the morning. At about 3 a.m., Speaker Mike Johnson found a way to advance this big, beautiful bill, basically the House version of reconciliation version between the House and the Senate. And then about 4:52 a.m., Hakeem Jeffries stood up, and there's something called the magic minute, where I guess if you just start talking and never stop talking, you can keep talking, effectively holding up any sort of progress on any bills here. That appears to be what he's doing, still going strong. But we should point out, at least based on Bloomberg reporting, the Republicans do have the votes to pass this. So once speaking and seating Mike Johnson,
Det er bare å få... Ja, men det er ikke noe Det er bare å... Du har lagt inn. Det er ingen andre som har gjort det.
He's in real trouble here, or I guess he just has to wrap it up. He's gone through at least 3 binders. Now he's got some paper in front of him. So we'll see how long he can push it. I think the record for a magic minute is...
tar du ut, og så setter du på nytt med riktig.
So he's almost there. The record for a filibuster is more than 24 hours.
Du tar ut. Depositen er withdraw. Ja. Og nå er du overstresset. Trenger ikke være det. Det her går helt fint. Nei, spør ikke for å putte pengene tilbake. Det er ikke noe krise der. Du har angst for en jævla kjærlig som ikke skjønner opp ut. Hun trodde det var dritsmart. Jeg kjapp også ikke tenkt på det, bare akkurat nå har du ikke den. Jeg ikke med deg. Du har kjent for å være jævla dyr, for å si det.
some significant signs of potential softness, and it really raises the question right now as to whether we're going to see markets chase the bullish side of that,
Dette går
or maybe
tregt.
the slightly bearish side of that. Michael McKee joins us right now, Bloomberg economics correspondent for us. And Mike, when we saw those numbers this morning, you can hear the gasp around the room. 147,000 jobs created, 106 was the expectation. Only one economist that was surveyed prior to this, Michael McKee,
Yes, baby.
was actually even above that number.
Ja. Det har ikke skjedd noen ting. Samme penger inn, samme penger ut. Nei, du skal ikke ha en forklaring. Du er på live, at folk tror du har et hopp i huet, liksom.
Jo, men det rart da, når du charter meg 1500 for å snakke med meg?
Jo, men hun jo off.
Hun skriver med gullpenn, liksom.
Ja, men det jo ikke noe sånt. Det var drit i det kjæringen. Hun kan ikke holde på sånn.
Local government and state government education jobs. And school's out in June. School's out in June. So I think what we have there is a seasonal adjustment problem. And we may see these numbers.
Null stress og dress.
Only 74,000 private payrolls. And that's what we really care about. And that's definitely a step down from where we have been. Unemployment rate falls to 4.1%.
Da fyller på med andre konto. Fyller på med andre først.
Vet du hva jeg feiler igjen, og så igjen, som en gang.
Ja, da kan ikke jeg hjelpe.
Men
maybe there's a little bit of immigration.
Det en litt sånn bølg her.
Det du gjør nå, da fyller du på med firmakortet, som du ikke skal gjøre, ikke sant? Da fyller du på med det vanlige kortet, og så tar du ut etterpå på firmakortet.
Joachim, kan du se denne bølgen som jeg har sett?
It's actually come down. We saw average hourly earnings come down more significantly even than we expected. So inflation seems to be tame, and the prior number was revised higher. So I see just a lot of up arrows in this story.
Well, it's not that they're not arrows, it's just that they're very short arrows. We are seeing this slowdown that people have been waiting for. The disbursement of jobs was
Ting funker når du ser på!
In other words,
Vent, så skal jeg gjøre det en gang til. Den forsvinner annenhver gang.
There is a slowdown underway. It just hasn't hit in a big way yet. And I think the basic takeaway from this is that the labor market is what we have been hearing, that companies are sitting there. They're not firing people, but they're not really hiring people too. Outside of the government jobs, the biggest sector was health and social assistance, and that was down about 20,000 from its 3-month average. And after that, it's leisure and hospitality, which is one reason maybe we saw the average hourly earnings lower, is the people who were getting paid were getting paid at the lower end of the salary scale.
Just a real quick question, Mike, about the idea of the reliability of the data. And I don't mean that in the political conspiracy theorist sense that is floating around out there, but the idea that we've seen so many ebbs and flows in Washington policy, and for that matter, the market reaction to it. And then, of course, a distortion with regards to survey data and people's perceptions of the economy. And I wonder if we're getting a truly accurate picture in the hard data of what is actually occurring in the economy.
Well, the dirty little secret of economists is we never really know.
You guys know nothing, right? Is basically what you're saying.
The margin of error for the jobs report is...
Det kan lure på hvorfor Nasdaq aldri får det, ja.
It could be either way. We could have 47,000 jobs, or we could have 247,000 jobs, and it wouldn't be out of the range of statistical probability.
So neither one, by the way, Mike, is near the average monthly ad over the past 5 years. I took a look, and it's 314,000 jobs.
Yeah. Well, remember, you're sticking in all the recovery from the pandemic and the fact that everybody lost their jobs and were hired back. So that's a little bit to the side. But to your point, Romaine, in 2023, March of 2023 was the last time we had such a big drop in the ADP number. ADP said 53,000 jobs lost. The government reported 265,000 jobs that month. But That has since been revised down to 85,000. So yes, we have a wide dispersion. I suspect because of the seasonal issues, we'll see this report revised down as well going forward.
Let's bring in one of the. Thank you very much, Michael McKee, and happy 4th of July
Also,
to you.
by the way, Cory Booker has the record for the longest filibuster. 25 hours, 5 minutes, and he did that this year. So I think Hakeem is like on a flex here. He wants to beat his fellow.
I'm actually very happy that Cory Booker beat out Strom Thurmond, who I think was filibustering against civil rights.
All I can say is I came in before Hakeem started talking, so I've been here for a while.
Well, thank you very much for your hard work on this 4th of July Eve. I want to bring in one of the foremost labor economists in the country, Claudia Sahm. She of the Sahm Rule. She also is a Denison University graduate, which I always mention because I went there for one ill-fated year. And then the University of Michigan. Justin Wolfers works there, and he has challenged Stephen Myron to a bet about the deficit. We'll get into that in a second, but Claudia, I want to ask first about your reaction to this jobs number. It looks good to the market. Does it look good to you?
It looks good in the sense it's giving us some breathing room, right? Under the hood, all the details are not good here, and I think this still puts us on a trajectory to see slowing in the labor market. There were some concerns going into today that what we were having was a deterioration, like a really sharp slowdown, like what we saw in the ADP numbers this week. And that is not what is happening, right? This, there's some slowing and there's some signs of future slowing, but this really plays into the Fed's desire to get more information to come in the summer before making any adjustments to the policy rates. And I think that's really good news in terms of us getting to a good policy decision.
When we talk about a good policy decision, the question really becomes, Claudia, if you look at the labor market and you look at the trend line over the last few reports and you overlay that with the other economic data out there, are they in sync?
I think the data today very much come in line with what's been out there, what the Fed has as kind of a mild stagflationary forecast. So you can see signs of the tariff, signs of the restrictions on immigration in today's labor report. You got to go digging. You got to look at industries where you think are most exposed, and you can see some, signs of it. Same thing goes when you look into the inflation data. We see some signs, but there's, these are big changes in policy. It is not surprising if the adjustment is slow, and it is certainly going to be slow before it spreads out further into the economy. So I think in terms of the data we have right now, that seems to be the right outlook for the economy for this year. Unemployment rising gradually, inflation coming up some. The problem as we started out this year is that inflation had already been elevated, and is very fortunate that we start from a place close to full employment.
If Claudia, I have to ask a viewer question who's writing in and asks if labor breaking isn't a 2025 story. What do you think 2026 looks like? If we get through this with labor intact, how do you forecast next year?
Goodness, I just want to get through this year. I think, one thing that we see in the labor market, and if we think about labor supply, which is really important for growth and the economy, and we've talked a lot about immigration, the restrictions on immigration, I think that could be, that's going to start showing up this year in terms of, and we're all you're seeing in terms of job creation, and immigrants not being there to fill those jobs. That, as with the reconciliation package, building up our capacity to deport immigrants in the country, that could make this labor supply story of immigration, we could see that, even more accentuated next year, which could be a real problem for growth.
When we talk about the growth trajectory, why have we continued to see so much resilience on that side, Claudia?
So we don't bet against the American consumer. There has been resilience on the consumer side, but again, that's one where you look in the details of the data we're getting, and there are some signs of weakness. Some of it took some time. We learned about first quarter data just recently. That is way in the rearview mirror, and there were signs of even less spending on recreation and leisure. Things you would think of if consumers are uncertain, they're going to start pulling back. Well, there are signs of this. So again, these haven't been dramatic changes, but the direction here looks like one of slowing. But this is almost $30 trillion economy. We've got 160 million workers. It takes a lot to move this.
I am curious, Claudia, as you sort of try to sort of assess where we go next, and I don't necessarily mean just in terms of economic trajectory, but really about the forces in Washington pushing that. We're going to speak a little bit later in the program, Matt and I, with the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and I am curious as to what you would like to hear from him.
I think, in light of today's date, it would be really great to hear the administration kind of step back from its rhetoric at the Fed and Jay Powell. I mean, I don't think Secretary Bessent has been much more measured in his comments, but I think it's important for different policymakers in DC have different goals that they're trying to meet, and giving the Fed independence to meet its goals, and particularly trying to get inflation back down to 2%.
Yeah.
I think that's really important, and taking something out of the conversation actually would be helpful at this point. And I think the administration, the onus is on them to keep laying out how their policies are going to create growth.
All right, Claudia, I have to leave it there. Always appreciate your time. Claudia Sahm, Chief Economist, there, a breakdown, Matt, of those numbers that we got earlier today in a market that appears to be embracing it with stocks at an all-time high. We'll be back in a moment. Romaine Bostick and Matt Miller, a special early edition of The Close, right here on Bloomberg.
A cidade estava sitiada.
Nisso eu começo, eu tremia, não sabia o que fazer.
Foi a mais terrível que eu passei na minha vida.
Eu temo, que o Brasil se torne, num futuro próximo, um narco-estado.
Porque no final, tudo é dinheiro.
People back home, they are suffering, and someone is driving a Range Rover with their money.
Where is my money?
I think she's a scam up to now. It's some of the world's most desperate people who are getting ripped off.
Repeat after me. I am a winner.
I didn't know how big it was. I didn't really understand what I was getting myself into.
If you tell me you have a vision of being $1 billion business, then you're going to have to do what it takes. And if you're not going to do that, everybody's going to suffer.
Una batalla a muerte.
Money can do a lot of good. It can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome back to The Close, a special early edition. Romaine Bostick alongside Matt Miller, taking you wire to wire from the open to an early close for U.S. equity markets. A shutdown at 1 p.m. today ahead of the July 4th holiday. The S&P 500, Matt Miller, right now up about 0.8%, now flirting, believe it or not. I don't know if you had this hat made already, with 6,300.
Yeah, no, I think it's pretty interesting that we continue to push up against those highs. On the other hand, we are getting more certainty, and that's what this market wants, right? Yesterday, we got a trade deal with Vietnam, or at least the outlines of one. Today, it looks like we're going to get that big, beautiful bill through the House and onto the president's desk to sign tomorrow. And to add to that, we got a jobs number that beat almost every single estimate in our economist survey. At the same time, the unemployment number went down, and we had lower or average hourly wages didn't grow as quickly as we had expected and as we saw last month. So inflation looks tame as well.
A volume a little bit light in the markets as expected ahead of a holiday. The VIX is is tamped down here on this Thursday afternoon. We should point out we did see a lot of fireworks in the Treasury space, a big spike in the short end of the Treasury yield curve. Bitcoin back around that $110,000 level, and the dollar just slightly higher by about 0.2% as measured, of course, by the Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index. Joining us right now is Kevin Gordon. He's a senior investment strategist with Charles Schwab. Joining us here on a day where we're all right now, Kevin, really obsessed with this jobs report, and more importantly, what this report actually means for further stock market gains. What was your take?
Well, markets tend to trade off of headlines and the first initial print, not off of revisions, not off of any details that you see under the surface. So I know this broader story today, what you covered with Mike, what you covered with Claudia, is that there are, certainly cracks still in this labor market. But when you look at a headline number with payroll surprising to the upside and the unemployment rate falling and surprising to the downside in a good way, that tends to be a pretty good mix. But I would note, and I think that what shouldn't be missed and overlooked are, some of the cracks that we still do see, some of the weakness in manufacturing, second consecutive monthly drop for payrolls there, nothing sinister, but you are starting to see trade bite into some areas, and you're also starting to see immigration policy bite into some areas.
When you take those issues and you look at the fundamental backdrop and you overlay that with sentiment, is there a reason to chase this rally, assuming that you're not already exposed?
Well, you talk about sentiment, at least in a behavioral sense, there actually hasn't been an aggressive amount of chasing from the broader investor base. And actually most of the swings in sentiment that we've seen, even when you went through the massive decline into the early April lows, a lot of it was driven more on the attitudinal side, not necessarily on the behavioral side. And the behavioral side for us is more important because it sort of signals, when you're at a low, it signals that capitulation moment if investors are willing to sort of dump everything, and then it sort of solidifies that you've reached the trough, and then you have room to bounce after that, and then vice versa when you get to a peak in the market. So actually from a positioning standpoint, things are still relatively neutral and still broadly favorable probably for the market to go higher. So when you get a good news is good news environment, which I think we're still in, evidenced by today, anytime you get a piece of good news, it's ultimately going to be to the benefit of the stock market.
Even the valuations look good to you. I was talking yesterday about potential IPO. I'm sure Romaine was as well, Figma, and it looks like they're going to go for well over 20 times sales. Like, that seems a little bit heady.
Oh no, yeah. I mean, valuations have across the board, whether you're doing price to sales, price to earnings, trailing forward, price to free cash flow, everything basically is back in that expensive or overly expensive territory. But the valuation to us is more of an indicator of sentiment than anything else. It's just telling us that people are willing to pay a lot for stocks. And you can stay in a relatively stretched valuation environment for quite a while. That was definitely the case when you got into mid 2021 to late 21. Even if you look at an index like the NASDAQ or the NASDAQ 100, yes, you've gotten really stretched, but you actually are still pretty far below where you were at the peak in 2021. Not that that's the ultimate barometer for where you could go, but it does show you that even for something like mega cap tech, there is a lot more exuberance that can be seen before you ultimately reach that ultimate pain threshold for investors.
Does it matter to you if the Fed is going to cut this year or not? I mean, as long as we continue to see these kind of growth numbers, these kind of gains, do you need a Fed cut?
I mean, if you were to take a snapshot right now where inflation is and where the labor market is, no. I think that if
and earnings, right?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Earnings have consistently so far to date have surprised to the upside. The bar has every single quarter, and I think rightly so for analysts just not knowing, especially with everything tariff related, not knowing exactly where the earnings bar is, but erring on the side of just lowering it, letting the market hop over it. That has been the case for 25 so far. Remains to be seen if that's going to be the case for the rest of the year. But yeah, I think if you took a snapshot of labor and inflation, the Fed is still much further away from its inflation target than its labor target. Labor target's more elusive because it's not like they have a stated goal of what the unemployment rate is. But even if you look at the most recent summary of economic projections and where the median Fed member has their so-called dot for the unemployment rate, at least for the end of this year, you got further away from that. It doesn't argue for rate hikes, I don't think, but it at least argues for them staying on hold until September.
I mean, you bring up earnings season. I mean, we're just a few days away from the start of a fresh earnings season, ostensibly July 10th when we get Delta, and then, of course, the big banks a few days after that. The bar has been lowered ever so slightly for the second quarter numbers as well as for the third quarter numbers that we're already in the third quarter right now. Is there a sense that we could maybe potentially see a reversal in that downtrend in the estimates for full year S&P earnings, assuming or presuming we should say that the worst case scenarios of whether it's the budget bill, whether it's the tariffs and the other things coming out of Washington, aren't going to be as negatively impactful on corporate fundamentals?
I think for the reporting season, there is a strong chance that they could jump up above the bar again, because you could argue that the ultimate impact of even the tariffs that are in place now has not been felt. We've gone through so many delays and pauses, even though the effective tariff rate is going to presumably edge up to close to the 15% that's at least stated, because through May it didn't get up into double digits. So you've still got more to climb. It's really the from here and what the administration decides to do, especially with next week rolling around, with July 9th being the deadline for a lot of the so-called reciprocal tariffs. But if those get implemented, if you get more of a concrete policy, then you probably get some more meat on the bones for third and fourth quarter and what that means for companies. But at the same time, this is not a sort of blanket effect across the entire market. I mean, different industries deal with this in different ways. There are industries like financials and utilities, which you could argue have very limited exposure, if at all, to tariffs themselves. Ultimately, that filters through, because if they're going to get hit, if the broader economy is going to get hit, of course financials will get hit.
And we've seen that in the rally. I mean, you mentioned financials. I mean, I think as a group, they're pretty much at record highs.
I mean, the leadership of financials is staggering.
But we've seen a little bit of lagging in big tech, some of the more tariff-exposed stocks, even though not quite doing poorly, but certainly not necessarily as barn busters as some of the others.
Han var her igår, Lost in Heaven.
Are you recommending that folks gravitate to those sectors that are potentially insulated from the things in Washington, or can this be a rising tide lifts all boats?
I think that it does make sense to have a high-quality focus, maybe more towards the services side than necessarily the goods side.
Han er funny, da. Han gir så jævla gass.
Clearly, having more foreign exposure from an input and a sourcing perspective, that is tougher, because ultimately, even if they're
Handla ikke han med sånn 2 og 3 kontrakter på gull og sånn, da?
or just not implemented yet. There is what you've generally seen as a pretty intense slowing of capex expectations and overall capex.
Jeg tror Lost in Heaven handla om helt syke summer.
So services have fared better, even in a sector like industrials. Industrials is the leading sector year to date. Always surprises people when I tell them that. But within that, the bigger power driver has been commercial services. It has not been chemicals. It has not been air freight and cargo and passenger airlines. Those ones clearly are affected more by not only the tariff risk, but the geopolitical risk broadly. So you look at
dollar. By the way, a drop. I mean, 10% off its highs. Do you think that continues?
For
the U.S. dollar.
I mean, I think positioning has gotten so one-sided for the dollar, but I've been hearing that for the past few weeks, and it's just continued to edge lower. So I still think we're in this kind of broader readjustment from a broader global standpoint of people.
But it's a tailwind for earnings, right, for U.S. companies?
I mean, it's a tailwind to some extent, but I think that there's always sort of the currency adjustment argument that's made, regardless of where the dollar goes, whether it goes up or whether it goes down. So I don't really use that as much as a gauge for what earnings are going to look like or what the boost is. You can have all the currency adjustment and favorability you want, but if you're not going to have relatively strong fundamentals, at the end of the day, I think the fundamentals take over.
Kevin, great having you in the studio. Thanks so much for joining us on this holiday eve. Kevin Gordon, their senior investment strategist over at Charles Schwab. In terms of the market right now, we continue to see record high right now, 62.79, and a lot more gainers than losers.
A lot more gainers. We were just talking about financials. I was taking a look at M&T Bank. MTB is the ticker on an 11-day run, Matt, for that stock to a fresh year-to-date high. And 2 interesting stories in the pharmaceutical space. I don't know if you've been following this whole story around Summit and the idea that AstraZeneca might buy them. And then, of course, this mysterious
drop.
A dip, absolutely.
A dip, but it turned around, right?
Yeah,
so it's back higher now. Other pharmaceutical stocks have fallen pretty hard. If you look at Merck, if you look at Lilly, if you look at Bristol Myers Squibb, they're down. We're back with more. This is Bloomberg.
AI should be for everybody, from leaders to the working on floor. And we can save 90% of time, 50% of workforce. AI is core in centers of change. And therefore, we invest heavily to AI. Actually, we started more than 10 years ago because we think the machine in the past helped our hand and legs. Now the machine helps us in brain.
Are you betting all your money in this right now?
When the OpenAI appear, immediately I ask whole corporations study how will you bring generative AI to the job.
case you missed it on Bloomberg Surveillance.
They say you're in your right if you use Section 122. Why didn't you guys do that from the beginning?
Well, Section 122 only gives you 150 days.
Is Section 122, if you use this now for 150 days, would it be a bridge to 301 or a bridge to 232? What are you thinking more long term?
You can be the strategist on that.
So just got to tell you one thing. You're not allowed to hire Anne-Marie. She's with us, all right? Don't miss Bloomberg Surveillance live every weekday.
The top names at the Fed are on Bloomberg.
You have to have a view about what you think tariffs will do to inflation. Now, my own view is that they will potentially raise inflation, but they should dissipate. One of the challenges of central banking that you just have to accept is that we never have perfect data. We can't wait for perfect information or we'll be behind. Ultimately, we have to watch both sides, and that's what I'm doing. And then the fall looks promising for a rate cut.
Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
In case you missed it on the opening trade.
What trade does is it meets a consumer demand. Consumer demand is not weakening. China supplies a little over 30% of what we eat, wear, and consume. That's unlikely to change anytime soon. I think that supply will find new homes potentially, but our reliance as a global economy on Chinese manufacturing is unlikely to change fundamentally anytime soon.
Don't miss the opening trade live every weekday.
As Bloomberg's global financial correspondent, I get to meet the people shaping the way money flows around the world. And I want to bring you with me.
The capitalist system is the best system in the world. There isn't another one that works as well.
I love all these new Wall Streets. Y'all Street, Wall Street South.
Wall Street used to be a place. Now it's more of an idea. I hope you survived the day.
I did. It was a busy day.
Why do the biggest names in business choose Bloomberg Television?
That's a great question.
It's a very good question.
Interesting question. Good question. Great question.
I so appreciate that question.
You certainly ask interesting questions.
Bloomberg Television. Top experts, great questions. Bloomberg loves earnings.
I know it's like your Super Bowl, right?
I can't wait. It's like opening presents in the morning.
All right, it will be exciting.
Nobody covers earnings like Bloomberg.
Welcome back to a special early edition of The Close. I'm Matt Miller here with Romain Bostick on his program. Thank you for letting me sit in today. We are obviously facing a shortened trading day. Stocks will close in just about a half hour, shortened trading week because of the 4th of July. And AAA is projecting more than 72 million people will hit the road for this weekend. Gas Buddy has some good news for those drivers. The national average price of gasoline is expected to fall this weekend to its lowest level since 2021. Joining us to talk about that is Patrick DeHaan, head of petroleum analysis at Gas Buddy. And Patrick, I always wonder when we talk about these things, we're just talking about unleaded, right? And a lot of cars, you got to put premium in them. And I've seen prices, at least around me in New York, still hovering well over $4 a gallon.
Yeah, it's kind of the mystery that's not being told. As you mentioned, 87% of Americans use regular. You and apparently me are some of the few that have to use premium. And, you mentioned that. And premium here in Chicago is at least hovering near $5 a gallon. But for the rest of Americans, falling gas prices has been really what's happened over the last 7 to 10 days or so as tensions in the Middle East have cooled. Gas prices now about 10 cents lower than where they were at the height of that situation. The national average now at about $3.14 a gallon. That graphic that you just showed, 2021 on July 4 was $3.12. So we could get beyond that. All in all, Americans spending a lot less to hit the road. Gas prices down 37 cents from this time last year. That's going to save Americans $500 million between today and Sunday. That's real economic savings. I'm sure the president's going to be all over this, but certainly gas prices.
Huff vad vi gillar så här. Jag får hjärtenpojkar. Jag får hjärtenpojkar. Du, ja, på 20 kronor.
Ja men fan, jag har sagt belöp tillbaka så fan håller käft.
Ja, men hur rensas för dem där ut och gör off. Kom en gul, gå $10-20 nu va. Hvis du stenger på RK3 nå, jeg skulle slå den.
Thankfully, we never saw the full impact of that. The national average advanced about 12 cents, stopped dead in its tracks, and now it's actually gone down another about 8-9 cents a gallon or so here in the
Nå
last
fy
week.
faen gjør det du hadde eksponert da, kompis.
Speaking, there are some proportions that we follow, although I will say for the Middle East tensions, gasoline was certainly on the less receiving side of a big jump. Diesel really took the brunt of that jump. In fact, diesel prices at the peak jumped about 30 cents a gallon in many markets. So the truckers, logistics companies out there, you know, they were the ones getting raked over the coals over that
Nå
jump.
kommer videoen ned, og da får den oss da.
But that's the good news is both diesel, gasoline, and jet fuel all
Det er noe
starting to
trøst,
decline. I always like to put this myth to bed. All Americans, I swear,
Det er
say
noe
that gas prices go up for
trøst,
holidays. This is a
Simen.
prime example. 48 of the
Så gjør jeg
nation's 50
det
states
en gang
gas
på
prices lower today than a week ago. So let's put
Biden,
that one to bed. Gas prices don't
så gjør jeg det
always
en
go
gang
up
på
for holidays.
Broadcom,
Sometimes they do, and
så gjør jeg
most
det
of the time
en
it's
gang
coincidental.
på
Absolutely, and I am curious, Patrick,
tre
as we get deeper
ganger i
past
fjor,
the season, there is a lot of talk right now about just what our refining capacity is in the U.S., how much wiggle room is left in that space should we see any other potential shocks to the global oil and gas story.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great point because that's what a lot of Americans don't realize is we still have very little breathing room. EIA data from the government yesterday showing about 95% of refining capacity utilized. So that's not a whole lot of breathing room for the height of the summer. Those numbers are typical, though. We have seen refining capacity holding nearly where it was last year. It's still close to the highest we've ever seen on record. I believe, if I remember right, yesterday's EIA data showing over 17 million barrels of oil being shoved into refineries every day. That's a pretty good amount, but keep in mind diesel inventories are running about 20% below the 5-year average. Now, some of that may be skewed by the use of biodiesel, which is not really tracked in that government data, but keep in mind diesel is the fuel of the economy, so we talk about growth and trade and tariffs and diesel
Og lærdom får jeg også, men det er sånne ting som det er for viktig at man ikke er for mye eksponert. For du har sånne meldinger som kommer sånn, som bare kommer sånn som når Biden plutselig... Jo, tredje gang var når Trump ble skutt i øret. Når sånne ting kommer, så... Du vet jo ikke når sånne ting kommer. Derfor er det alltid jævlig viktig å passe på marginene, for plutselig skal det droppe 1000 poeng, liksom. Og da får du det i trynet. Ofte, når du går på sånn tap, så har du egentlig rett. Og du sitter... Du har ikke rett, men hvis du er på å drive med, så har du rett. Og da får du sånne syke bevegelser som går så fort. Og så taper du enten på at det går først opp, og så går det ned. Og så taper du at det går ned først, og så går det opp. Bang, bang. Det er liksom sånn markedet reagerer når det er så jævlig gira. Og marketmakere tjener penger som faen på det. Så derfor er det alltid jævlig viktig å ha nok marginer. Ikke for store posisjoner. La oss si du har en konto på 20 lapper eller 50 lapper. Så sørg for å ha et par-tre tusen marginer til enhver tid. Du trenger ikke ha så store posisjoner for å tjene mye penger. Og noen ganger så er markedet dødt og kjedelig. Sånn som i dag. Kjedelig, skjer ikke så mye. Det skjedde masse i natt. I natt skjedde det masse. Nå skjer det ikke så mye da. Så det er bare viktig å ha nok marginer, og så ikke stress.
We're going to talk to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent coming up in the next hour. And during the campaign, he had this 3-3-3 mantra, right? 3% deficits, 3% growth. And
Husker jeg tatt feil vei i PGS i 4 eller 5 måneder. Og så tredoblet jeg penger på.
Sluggish to see to fruition. I mean, U.S. domestic
På
oil
PGS.
production has been holding in about the mid 13 million barrel range now for probably close to a year, right? It's been kind of bouncing off 13.4, 13.5.
Ser ikke sånn ut her.
Be hard in this pricing environment.
Jeg går på gull på Flomklokken, så trykker jeg på info, så får jeg dette her opp. Jeg skal vise det.
I mean, we've seen falling rigs for months.
Jeg vet ikke om det er fordi jeg har den pro-versjonen, men jeg får dette her opp.
There's a lot of folks, myself included, the Permian, right?
Jeg får det opp.
That's kind of plateaued already. So unless we see oil prices really perk up, I think it's going to be a huge struggle to get anywhere near that 3 million barrel increase. I mean, I don't even know if we'll see 14 by the end of the year, and even the government forecasts are painting a picture that we may struggle. Now, maybe OPEC jumps in here and raises production, but keep in mind, if OPEC throws more oil out of the global market, that's going to have a very negative impact on U.S. oil production in the months and years ahead.
Right. I mean, aside from higher prices, which would incentivize American drillers to pump more oil, what else can the government do? Because it's not just this year that they're worried about. It's actually a part of the CEA's projection to achieve a surplus or to reduce the deficit with this big, beautiful bill. What more can they do to boost oil production in America?
Matt, I think the catalysts are there. I mean, Trump has made it a little bit easier, loosening regulations, widening the guardrails. But essentially what the president can't do is get oil prices to go up because he wants them lower. Right? Drill, baby, drill, lowers oil prices. That flies in the face of oil companies' desire to raise production. It's kind of like your boss saying, hey, you want to work on July 4, I'll pay you half as much, but I'll expect you to be twice as productive. No oil company's going to jump at that opportunity.
Hey, are we getting paid for this, Matt?
I think
I hope so.
I just do as much as I can and hope it shows up.
Nå russerne ute og bomber Ukraina akkurat nå. Jeg vet ikke om det som gjør at gull går opp her, men det bombing nå i Ukraina. Så nå går gull rett opp her. Gull burde egentlig gå til 3400, egentlig. Eller mer, egentlig.
The majority of its beer consumers are Hispanic Americans, and a good portion of them, apparently, are not consuming as much as they did in the past. A lot of concerns about how ICE rates...
Husk på 3-3-3-4, det motstand. Hvis den bryter her nå, så går gull rett opp, og da kommer den helt opp til
45. Amongst the Hispanic consumers in some of those border U.S. border.
Hvorfor det så rolig når det faller? Fordi det var støy.
We're seeing it on the demand side for products, and we're also seeing it impacting labor, especially when it comes to food processing or farming. We're having a lot of big...
Veldig mye av den tradinglivet jeg er egentlig best på scalp, ikke sant? Sånn kjappe, bam, 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 bam. Og da må markedet røre på seg, ikke sant? Jeg får ikke gjort noe nå, jeg må sitte og vente som alle andre. Sitter bare rolig og bare...
Big farming companies are currently lobbying the agriculture
secretary,
who apparently has been the most receptive person in the Trump administration to these types of arguments. But we're not seeing any change in policy. Initially, Trump did
dingla fra sau i garasjen. Du må ikke gi så har sånne ideer. Han bare, han har tatt det du har tatt, så er dingla fra sau i garasjen. Så har han nå superstresset for regnskapføreren hennes å si på 25 kroner. Hun har ført over 1000, og så tok hun kreditering, og så var det manglet til 25 kroner, og bare, hva skjer? Brukte bedriftskorten til et uheld for å føre over på trading.
Og så førte tilbake.
Førte tilbake, da var det... Ja, det var en par dollarkurs på 1000 kroner. Who gives a shit, liksom? Det er ikke så viktig til 300. Det er 1000 kroner, det er verre for ham, tydeligvis. Men in all fairness, hvis man skal se på trading som en helhet, så må du se på det på et årsperspektiv. Så hvis dere taper penger i perioder, så er ikke det sånn... Det er ikke noe krise, liksom. Du må se på det på et årsperspektiv, eller fra måned til måned, ikke sant? Som på like linje som aksjer, ikke sant? Se på forvaltere, det blir målt kvartalsvis. Det er ikke tilfeldig det. Det er ikke sånn du spør, mye tjent i dag, mye tjent i går, mye tjent i forgårs, mye tjent i overgår, mye tjent i dag, mye tjent i dag. Det er ikke sånn det er. Og de kjøper posisjoner på forskjellige nivåer og så. Og så er det kvartalsvis, ikke sant? Så hvis dere taper en uke, eller taper 3 dager, det betyr ingenting. Så lenge dere har nok marginer. Så ikke vær så deppa ofte hvis dere tar noen tap. Det er sånn er det. Sånn er det. Jeg fikk litt vondt i magen når jeg var på Kypros, når jeg tappte de mye var det der, 530. Nei, 470 var det. For jeg skulle ta ut 500. Jeg var på Kypros. Jeg ble jævla grådig. Jeg tredet opp en konto Jeg skulle på liv og død dra inn 500 000 på en måned. Det hadde vært. Og så hadde jeg 470 000 som jeg hadde gjort 46 000 om til 470, tror jeg. Og så var jo Kypros, så jeg bare, full kontroll. Og da hadde jeg tradet opp kontoen 2 og 5 kontrakter, basically bare Nasdaq. Bare 2 og 5 kontrakter, ikke noe mer. Og så hadde jeg 30 000 igjen, som jeg skulle trede opp, så jeg fikk 30 000 igjen, så jeg kunne tatt ut med 500 000, for det har jeg tjent med 500 000 på en måned. Og så kjøper jeg Nasdaq. Så kjøper jeg Nasdaq med 60 kontrakter. Så tenkte jeg trenger bare 10 poeng, så har jeg gjort mye cash. Og så det som skjedde var at markedet Broadcom kom med tall. Nei, for jeg var short Nasdaq da faktisk. Jeg var short Nasdaq. Det ramlet jeg også faen. Så var jeg short Nasdaq, og så kjøpte jeg shortet Nasdaq med 60 kontrakter, og så gikk Broadcom opp 30% på Nasdaq. Alle skjønner. Fjerde største selskap i USA ble da tredje største selskap over natta. Det har aldri skjedd før, at en aksje i den market capen har gått opp med 30%. Altså han gikk mer opp på 2 timer enn hva den har gjort på 2 år. Det fikk jeg drømme. Jeg satt der på skulle si om jeg hadde tjent på morgenen. Sier så her, nå må du ta 400. Nei, jeg skal ha 500 000. Jeg skal ha 500 000 for det var planen. Jeg skal vise liksom på Telegram hva som mulig, ikke sant? At det dratt en 500 000 på måte, det dritbra. Og så sitter jeg og ser på, og så bare... Hva skjer her da? Hva skjer her da? Så bare... $50 000 gone. Det var igjen 1200 kroner eller sånt på konto. Jeg la meg klokka 11 eller 12, og de pengene var borte klokka 3 på natta, tror jeg. Og Broadcom leverte da rekordresultater. Nei, det gjorde de ikke. De leverte rekordguiding, var det. Det var guiding, det var ikke resultater. Resultatene var OK, og det var guidingen som var helt vild. Og det på grunn av en videodag. Og da tenkte jeg, faen, ja. Bygde på nytt en 10 000 kroner. De burde selge sånne der galger på... De burde selge galger, chatten. Galger som det henger deg i. De burde ha sånn... Burde selge sånn galger på frontbroker, egentlig. Sånn egen nettshoppe med galger. Faen, Stig, du kan jo lage det, da. Det var dritfett. Ja, men det hadde faen meg... Det hadde noe solgt, ass. Det jo gærent. Galge? Begynn med trading, så kjøper en galge ved siden av, liksom. Faen, fett ikke det, da. Ja, jeg hadde lett kjøpt det, liksom. Se på gult, forresten. Det hadde faen meg solgt som var faen. Det dritmotivasjon. Det en galge. Kan du lage en sånn... Vi kjøper det med. Kan du lage en sånn der... Vi kjøper ikke en stor galge, vi kjøper en liten galge.
Men kan vi knekke da? Du får ikke hette deg på noen da?
Se på gull. Se på gull, det ikke galge her nå. Jeg har brukt den mye. Ja, fy faen, hadde du visst hvor mye penger jeg tapte i fjor, så hadde jeg bare kastet opp alle sammen og bare svelget det inn. Jeg begynte på nytt når Biden ble senil, og bare, jeg vil ikke være president lenger. Han begynte på nytt, og så var Trump skutt i øret. Da begynte jeg på nytt, og så var det Broadcom leverte. Da begynte jeg på nytt 3 ganger før.
lot of these electronic design automation companies like Synopsys, we're also got Cadence Designs.
Og så virker det som en evighet, for du bruker jo litt tid på å bygge opp disse kontoene, ikke sant? Men jo mer penger på konto, jo lettere er det å bygge det opp, for da tar du flere posisjoner og uten å sitte så jævlig som markedsskritt, ikke sant? Så når du handler med en liten konto, så kan du ikke ta så mange posisjoner. Du må liksom ta en og jobbe deg litt. Så er det oppe i 10 000, så kan du ta 2, 3, 4, 5 posisjoner. Og så er det oppe i 20 000, så kan du ta enda flere nivåer. Så jo større konto du har, jo mer friere tøyler har du. Så det er liksom... Det verste er små kontoer, for har du nesten ikke noen marginer. Hvis du tar feil, så er det perfekt, liksom. Derfor er det veldig viktig da, at man liksom skjønner greia da. Så når du har veldig små marginer, når du har veldig liten konto, så er det mange som skal ha syke prosenter. Så tar de en stor bet, så gjør de 1000 kroner om til 2000 kroner med en trade, da er det liksom 100 på prosent. Det er bare trist, ikke sant? Jo mer penger du har på konto, jo dårligere blir prosentene, for det er et større beløp. Jo mindre konto du har, jo lettere er det å få høyere prosent. Og jo mindre konto du har, jo lettere er det å tape alt. Det går bort. Se Nasdaq nå også her. Du har slått Nasdaqen din, det gir jeg ikke. Ja, dropper. Nvidia gikk ned med 0,7%. Gull skal gå videre opp. Gull er nå på motstand. På 34 nå. Hvis den bryter her nå, så ser vi bort 45.
On a story that AstraZeneca was going to pay $15 billion to
license
cancer drugs.
Det er det som er litt enklere med akter. Der kan du på en måte bare flytte til det er pluss, liksom. Det er mye verre med kontrakter og futures og sånn, for da må du hele tiden passe på marginene. Og så er det så lett å drite seg ut, fordi det går så fort. Det går veldig, veldig fort. Ofte så har den bevegelse som er feil først, og så kommer den riktig etterpå. Jeg vet ikke hvor mange ganger det har skjedd meg. Dritbra tall, og så punkter rett ned, så hva faen var det for noe? Taper alt, ikke sant? Og så går det kvarter, rett opp. Eller sånn, dritdårlig tall, så går det rett opp, så hva faen skjedde meg? Rett ned etterpå. Så det skjer nesten alltid, at du får en sånn omvendt bevegelse først. Jeg vet ikke hvorfor det er sånn. Men det skjer nesten hele tiden.
Well, it's great to see you guys.
It's great to see you too. We're both fish out of water here. You know, we have a normal big studio here, but Matt decided he wanted to do this in
I prefer in the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio.
This is new for me.
Hvis gull går videre opp nå, så gir jeg frem den gevinsten. Jeg kjøpte gull i stad på 28. Kjøpte jeg gull i stad på 28. Hvis det blir tight nå etterpå, så gir jeg bort den. Det er 0,04 kontrakt. Så kjøpte jeg 0,06 kontrakter på 36. Hvis vi går opp til $40-45 på gull, så gir jeg bort den gevinsten. Får vi til det, så er det et par tusen kroner. Vi kan dele bort på chat.
Why am I to believe with stocks on an aggregate basis at the levels they're at, and even on an individual basis, if you look at traditional multiples, on a historic basis, we're well above where we would normally be. And I know there's been a big case made that maybe traditional valuation metrics don't matter as much anymore. Should they?
I think that valuations do matter. It's just a
Vi ser på euro-dollar, og man har begynt å styrke seg.
a company that has, great forward earnings that they're going to be spending, and they're going to maybe possibly be either doing share buybacks right now with what's going on, or investing in their, investing in their investors by paying out dividends and things like that. It's like the wall of worry. Everyone keeps climbing it, but nobody wants to miss out on it. And again, it's at the same time you have to be very selective. It's almost like we're in a Darwin market.
Det har vært normalt nå, så det er short av Nasdaq her, og det er short av femmer nå.
The macro wins or the
Alle Nasdaq-shortene har fått et
who's going to benefit from Trump policies and things like that. How do you do it?
Yeah, you're looking at a lot of things. You're looking at the leadership of the company. You're looking at the objectives and the opportunities that they have. You're also listening in between the lines of what they're saying, because it's not only numbers anymore that you can look at. You also have to look at what they're saying on their investor calls and things like that, and really getting a feel for what the opportunities are.
Romain brought up earlier an inflection in earnings expectations, and I pulled up a chart on the Bloomberg terminal. EEG is a great way to look at earnings estimates, and we're really starting to see estimates
Kommer ikke til å se de pluss før det blir profitordning.
back higher now at 63 and $68 respectively. What do you think we're going to see in earnings season as it kicks off in the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, I think it's going to be positive.
Så jeg bare
because
tredje
a lot of
min
companies are
roligere
looking
siden.
into spending more. That CapEx spending is going to be big.
Det er et langtidsprosjekt i landet.
They haven't been affected by tariffs as much as we were all thinking they would be, and there's still a lot of uncertainty out there and a lot of unknown, and we will get clarity probably in the fall. But in the meantime, you look forward to 2026, and people are pricing in
Gula support på
recession,
28,40 som Nasdaq sa her, synes det faller
the
gjennom så
perception
knekker.
is Fed's going to cut rates in 2026. Perception is there's going to be more capex spending. AI.
Husk på Nasdaq-shorten, Simen, den ble jo forandret 2 ganger, vet du, på grunn av at han forandret loven på Tesla, og så EV, som nå har gått tilbake fra, og så har han forandret loven på Nvidia, med AI-chipper mot det kinesiske markedet 2 ganger. En gang forrige måned, og så en gang i dag.
There could be, in the labor
Og derfor
markets,
går.
I should say, there could be some more growth in large caps. They've had quite a run. So also looking
Men
at
Nasdaq har nå en P på over 40 da,
good time,
så det skal egentlig gå opp mer,
especially
sånn
with
egentlig.
the way the markets are going right now.
We had yesterday, there's a great piece by Neil Kesar on our Bloomberg opinion page about how fat S&P margins are. And we all thought that, these tariffs would lead to price increases pretty quickly, but it turns out companies can really do a lot of absorption of those increased costs because of the margins. How do you expect that to play out?
Well, I think they're probably looking at it as a short-term fix and not as a long-term play. And they have the ability and the power to do that right now. So over the next 6 to 12 months, depending on what happens with tariffs, and if they don't have to absorb, and in the meantime, they're pivoting and they're finding different ways to get their business done without having to get involved with the tariff situation as much, bring things in from overseas. And that will play out. So short-term fix for a long-term solution.
You mentioned the weakness in the dollar, which some people feel might be the start of a much more structural shift in the dollar's role in the global economy. And to a certain degree, that would also, I would think, affect how you approach fixed income. As clients come to you, particularly those that are looking for income generation or income preservation,
right?
Do you make a recommendation for holding long-term treasuries?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's a tough one, but at the same time, I think that having laddered portfolios makes sense right now, or just having like a little bit of different maturities so that you can hedge what's coming. So we do have some in, a lot of our clients are intermediate and a little bit of long, but we're also keeping some of the short where it is because rates are holding for now. We do expect rate cuts next year. We do expect, that you want to lock into some of these rates for your longer term goals and match those durations to what you need that money for.
Yeah, if you look at INGO, which is our Bloomberg Index browser on the terminal, it's been a phenomenal first half for fixed income, and not just, for the defensive stuff, but high yield and EM as well. Where would you go?
Yeah, I would say I always stay away from high yield when there's confusion about what's coming in the markets. Are the rates going to go that much higher? Because the people who are going to suffer, high yield comes from companies that are suffering a little bit. Their credit ratings aren't as high, so they have to pay more. So, when we have uncertainty, I try to stay away from that a little bit more and not jump in too hard and just try to go for the yield and go for the more long-term thinking.
All right, Kathy. Really appreciate you stopping by. Have a wonderful, long holiday weekend.
You as well. Thanks, guys.
Kathy Ann Russell, Managing Director of Private Wealth Advisor at Morgan Stanley, helping us count you down to the closing bells, Matt, with an S&P up about 0.8%.
Ingenting å si på de små
For
beløpene.
the other major U.S. indices, record highs for the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P.
Yeah, and we do see also increased rates. If you look at the sovereign debt monitor on the Bloomberg terminal, you can see the 10-year right now trading at 4.34, the 2-year at 3.88, and those rates really spiked after the jobs number came out.
And big questions here about where those rates go, and a big part of that will depend on Treasury issuance and Treasury policy. When we come back a little bit later in the show, we're going to have a conversation with the Treasury Secretary of the United States, Scott Bessent.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Crypto.
How how do you expect the asset to continue price increase at these levels that we've seen? And at what point do we see, winter coming again?
Winter's not coming back. We're past that phase. If Bitcoin's not going to zero, it's going to $1 million. And you have all the evidence you need to determine that, right? The President of the United States has determined he supports Bitcoin. The cabinet supports Bitcoin. Scott Bessent supports Bitcoin. Paul Atkins has shown himself to be an enthusiastic believer of Bitcoin and digital assets. Ken Taz at CFTC feels the same way. The banks are going to custody Bitcoin. Bitcoin has gotten through its riskiest period. The accounting has been corrected. There's now only 450 Bitcoin a day available for sale by natural sellers.
Don't miss Bloomberg Crypto live Tuesdays. In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Open Interest.
Where would you like to see the 10-year?
Nasdaq poppa opp en med 45 poeng. Helt uten grunn.
Lowering of rates, I think inflation is very, very tame. I am focusing on the 10-year. So as we see inflation come down, I think the whole curve could parallel shift down.
Don't miss Open Interest live weekdays.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade. Watch Bloomberg Tech. This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives.
And laying the foundation for the future.
From finance to defense, AI to entertainment.
And from the road to the stars. Bloomberg brings you the latest stories of the people and companies pushing the tech sector to new frontiers.
And the politics that shape global tech markets.
I'm Caroline Hyde in New York.
And I'm Ed Ludlow in San Francisco.
Watch Bloomberg Tech every weekday.
Only on Bloomberg Television.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Onen, only on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it, on Bloomberg Surveillance.
They say you're in your right if you use Section 122. Why didn't you guys do that from the beginning?
Well, Section 122 only gives you 150 days.
Is Section 122, if you use this now for 150 days, would it be a bridge to 301 or a bridge to 232? What are you thinking more long term?
You can be the strategist on that.
So just got to tell you one thing. You're not allowed to hire Anne-Marie. She's with us, all right? Don't miss Bloomberg Surveillance live every weekday.
The top names at the Fed are on Bloomberg.
You have to have a view about what you think tariffs will do to inflation. Now, my own view is that they will potentially raise inflation, but they should dissipate. One of the challenges of central banking that you just have to accept is that we never have perfect data. We can't wait for perfect information or we'll be behind. Ultimately, we have to watch both sides, and that's what I'm doing. And then the fall looks promising for a rate cut.
Nobody covers the Fed like Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Clapping on, cheering on Wall Street. An early close ahead of the July 4th holiday weekend. The S&P 500 pushing higher by about 0.8%, adding about 52 points, 62.79 and change as we wait for these numbers to settle. Romaine Bostick alongside Matt Miller, another record close for U.S. equities.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Macy's there ringing the opening bell before this holiday weekend. Happy 4th of July tomorrow, and happy early close to the trading day. We'll see the bond market stay open for another hour. Right now we're looking at bond yields that are considerably higher, but that is not holding stocks back from new records with the S&P at 62.79.
Rentene stiger kraftigere nå.
Up to 635.
And I just want to point out the Russell 2000 up about 1% on the day, and I say that because the last few sessions we've seen the Russell, the small and mid-cap names, really start to outperform the larger cap names, and it will be interesting to see if that continues into next week.
All right, take a look at the IMAP. It's a really dynamic dynamic way to track the industry groups moving on the S&P 500 or any index that has a breakdown like this. So you can see that we have a gain for IT. So tech stocks rising with that chip news. Financials are up for a second day in a row after they with buybacks. Post passing the Fed stress test, and industrials are gaining as well. Really looks like the picture that we've seen year to date, and the defensive stocks are on the lower end of the spectrum here. Healthcare, real estate, and consumer staples all bringing up the rear.
About 349 stocks in the S&P are higher, about 150 are lower. Jonathan Levin is our Bloomberg opinion columnist who lives in the great state of Florida down there in Miami. He's joining us right now to take a closer look at some of the big individual gainers and decliners. Jonathan.
Yeah, okay, so we've got ServiceNow with a nice gain, plus 3.5%. It got a nice little price target bump over at Morgan Stanley, and it has second quarter results, of course, coming later this month. They've got great momentum coming off of Q1 here, Romain, and they're up about 27% since Liberation Day, helped by some impressive subscription revenue. But I also want to talk our own book for a moment here. You had a great interview with ServiceNow Chief People and AI Enablement Officer, Jackie Canny, on the close yesterday, I believe. And she's talking about how AI is already bringing some productivity gains to her team. So interesting stuff there. Yeah. Moving on. We've got Datadog up 14.9%, call it 15%. The software solutions company, Romain, is getting added to the S&P 500 effective prior to the open on July 9th, replacing Juniper Networks. Just to point out, Dan Ives over at Wedbush also saying that Datadog's products fit well into recent AI trends, and he calls out the company's recent partnership with OpenAI. So, I'm not in the weeds on Dan's thinking on Datadog.
I'll go ahead and sum it up for you.
It was a trick question.
I love by the way, I know you're going to get to Lucid, and I love this story. Lucid and Rivian are two companies that you expect to be losers on the back of the big, beautiful bill, removing or reducing incentives and pulling that forward to September, but they're actually gaining today.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a weird one, somewhat counterintuitive. I'm not 100% sure that but here's the story. BMW out with a note saying that EV makers may actually benefit from the sunsetting of the EV tax credits. The logic here, Matt, is basically that the end of the tax credits will lead to a pullback from the likes of GM, Ford, and Kia, and so there's going to be more market share available to the likes of Lucid, Rivian, and Tesla, the exclusively electric guys. So sort of a glass half full take. Not sure how I feel about, but I also want to Lucid out this week with its 2Q deliveries, and they missed on soft demand for those luxury EVs. So, make what you will of it.
They hardly make any. They hardly sell any. By the way, Ford only sold 16,000 electric vehicles in the second quarter.
Are they trying anymore with regards to EVs?
I feel like they may have just taken a bit of a pause there.
Yeah, I think so too. All right, John, you got some decliners too. It's funny, you were talking about a little bit earlier about Datadog being added to the S&P 500. I saw Robinhood was down today. Is that because they're not going in?
Totally. This is the flip side of what we were just talking about with Datadog. So, a lot of folks were expecting the company to get in there, to get that S&P 500 nod. It doesn't get it, so disappointment. Not a big surprise there. Centene, which of course was the big story yesterday, extending losses a little bit. I have it down a little bit more than 1%. Small adjustment in the grand scheme of things after the company withdrew its profit outlook on risks from Affordable Care Act plans.
Ja, men markedet stengt for pinadø, det skjer ikke så mye nå, vet du.
Just double check the final pricing on Merck. Ends up closing down 1.8%. This is a stock that has really not been able to find its footing all year, hurt by underwhelming guidance and tariff concerns, of course. But we're starting to hear some bottom feeders.
Det ikke helg, det er 4th of July i morgen.
Merck is currently trading at quote
Jeg vet ikke om det er stengt I morgen.
discounts, which offers free optionality on the drug makers pipeline and beyond.
Det er ikke så lett å huske på disse fridagene.
A note from Berenberg out recently, and the analysts
Nei, Kina er oppe.
rated their buy recommendation on the stock as well as their $100 price target. So there you have it.
All right, Jonathan Levin there from Bloomberg Opinion. Thanks very much for that. Really appreciate you moving us through some of the stocks that closed higher and lower at the end of this shortened trading day. Remember,
I
want to get right now to one of our good friends, Lizanne Saunders. She is the chief
Ja.
investment
Her var Tom Robert.
at Charles Schwab. They have, of course,
Det er future-handel på dagen I morgen, ikke?
Ja, men jeg vet ikke om USA helt stengt I morgen, liksom? Ikke futurene, men selve cashmarkedet. Det er kanskje det. Nei, 4th of July.
Ja, det er stengt.
Ja, det er I morgen, 4th of July.
The revisions were good, the unemployment
Det
was lower, and we didn't even
frigjøringsdagen eller nasjonaldagen til amerikanerne. 4th of July.
Is that all systems go, in your opinion, for the labor market?
TBD. Yes, relative to not just the consensus expectation was it better, but well better than what had been the whisper number that had been floating around out there, which was in the, more like 70,000. That said, it was 70,000 of private sector jobs, a huge jump in both government sector, which was all at the state and local level, and education and health. You guys have been talking about it. The education one is a little bit of a head scratcher, given we're talking about education jobs in June. So there's some suggestion maybe that there's seasonals that have come into play with that. Also, the Bureau of Labor Statistics does.
BankID kommer endringer for 400 000 nordmenn, så det er ikke bare du som sliter til å lage BankID. Ja, det skjer fra neste år. Nei, det er ny BankID på neste år, det er ikke nå. BankID-forandringer. Nei, det er sånn generelt.
The birth of new businesses and can again flatter the payroll number. So yet again some cracks under the surface, but clearly to the benefit of the stock market. Good news is good news kind of day.
Absolutely, and it gets to this idea of what the longer term trajectory could be when it comes to the labor market. I mean, there was a lot of doom and gloom, I think, in March and April, people saying that the effects of these trade policies and other Washington policies would really hamper the economy. And I know the jury's still out on that question, but at least for right now, Lizanne, it does not appear that some of those, at least the worst case scenarios, are materializing just yet.
Correct, and I think what all of this represents is sort of a period of status. We're just looking at kind of a pause in activity, and that's manifested itself into labor market data via a limited amount of firings. On a 6-month rolling basis, Challenger layoffs are up and bear watching, but the most recent reading was actually on the lighter side, which in the terms of layoff announcements, obviously being on the later side is good. So I think it's been much discussed. I'm not saying anything new here, but it's kind of a no hiring, no firing kind of backdrop. And until we have more policy-related clarity, particularly with regard to tariffs and the important upcoming date next week of July 9th, I think that's the backdrop we're going to. Businesses sort of have themselves in a timeout from a hiring, from a major investment CapEx perspective, and frankly, the Fed put itself in a timeout late last year. And clearly what we saw in the immediate aftermath of today's release was a plunge from not elevated levels, but a plunge in expectations that we might possibly get a July cut. That seems definitively off the table.
Lizanne, my 401k looks fantastic right now. Do I move what I have left in cash into risk assets, or should I just chill at these high levels?
You know what, Matt? Anybody that answers that question with specificity, shame on them. I know you. I've known you for a long time, but I'm not your financial advisor. I don't know what your entire portfolio looks like, what your needs for income, what your past experience is, whether you've got a wide or a narrow gap between your emotional risk tolerance, your financial risk tolerance, how disciplined are you? I mean, the list goes on and on. So I think any kind of cookie cutter answer suggests you're not paying attention to the vast differences that exist from one investor to another. So I think never should there be an investment approach that is sort of at one time, get in, get out, all or nothing. that's just gambling on moments in time. So if the idea is to increase exposure to equities, you do it via dollar cost averaging. You do it via rebalancing, as opposed to trying to pick entry points. I think that's what gets individual investors into trouble.
All right, Lizanne Saunders over at Charles Schwab. Have a wonderful weekend as we keep the show moving here on The Close. A closer look at the markets and a closer look at the economic data. Joining us right now is Debbie Dyson. She's the CEO of a nonprofit called 110, which is primarily focused on helping people find jobs, but particularly people who don't have four-year college degrees. And Debbie, we've been taking a look at that jobs report from this morning and overlaying that with past jobs reports. And we've seen significant softness, not just in the overall labor market, but specifically when it comes to entry-level positions. And I am curious as to where these people are finding jobs, if at all.
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I mean, the job report was obviously highly anticipated, and I'm not sure if it was what we had expected, because as noted just previously, the public sector obviously did incredibly well, but in the private sector, which is specifically what you're asking about, was absolutely softening. You're starting to see, employers that are doing a bit more of a pause, a little bit more of a hesitation, and definitely not opening those doors for entry-level positions, because as noted, and as we've all seen, AI is starting to play we'll call it a positive impact in terms of improving productivity, which is unfortunately eliminating those entry-level positions. So to me, I think it puts employers in a position of how do you actually elevate and raise the bar, but perhaps it's not the entry-level positions.
Ja, men du må be Neil, jo, det går bra. Det gikk jo bra når jeg snakket med ham også.
Må være bilag inn og ut uansett. Hvordan faen fikser jeg bilag på en tradingplattform? Som ikke har noen moms eller skip ingenting.
Jeg skal ringe, jeg skal fikse det. Nei, jeg skal fikse det. Jeg vet ikke deal med den dama der.
What I would tell you, just from a talent perspective, we spend a lot of time talking about the employers, but even as talent, as we've seen, there is a shortage of opportunities. Even though there are jobs to be had, talent is going to have to start looking at where the jobs are actually going. This is why the job report is so rich, full of information, is what are those positions that are actually ripe for opportunities? And what we try to do is teach talent to get trained in those areas that take advantage of the skills that they have. Like manufacturing is obviously impacted. We've seen things around construction. Cybersecurity is actually taking some impact. So this skills approach is an easier way for talent to get into quote unquote mid-level and start to address it in that particular manner.
All right. Thanks very much for joining us. Debbie Dyson there, the CEO of 110, a firm focused on upskilling American workers on a day when we see the labor numbers come in stronger than expected, but still maybe a little bit too soft under the surface. We'll be back with more of The Close. This is Bloomberg.
There is a nice confluence between the long-term investor and what we're trying to do. We have an operating principle that's in our handbook, take the long view. When we went public, we put a timeline up on the screen for the whole company in an all-hands meeting. And that timeline went from founding to 100 years out. And the IPO was one dot in 1 year on that timeline. And we tried to orient the employees to, this is a wonderful event, this IPO, but it's a moment in time on a very long journey.
This is a company that you want to exist in 100 years.
We do.
Wall Street doesn't think in.
No, they think in like hours. Yeah. And what I've learned of Wall Street, and particularly Wall Street investors, when they say they are long-term investors, that means they'll keep your stock for like a month. There has been one instance where I did something that was just for short-term stock, and I felt so bad about it that I don't think I'll do it again.
What was that?
There was one quarter, a few quarters ago, we were not going to beat the quarter. We were gonna probably just hit it, and so far we beat every quarter. So we were all like, wait, what? Our perfect record. We're like a 4.0 student that is gonna get a B for the first time. This is not good. And I decided that for a short period of time, at the end of a lesson in our app, we would show 2 ads instead of 1. Turns out that by itself was good enough to beat the quarter, but it's bad for the product. It's not good. After that, I'm never doing that again.
In case you missed it on The Opening Trade.
What trade does is it meets a consumer demand. Consumer demand is not weakening. China supplies a little over 30% of what we eat, wear, and consume. That's unlikely to change anytime soon. I think that that supply will find new homes potentially. But our reliance as a global economy on Chinese manufacturing is unlikely to change fundamentally anytime soon.
Don't miss the opening trade live every weekday.
New York City's 4th of July fireworks will kick off under heightened alert for terrorist threats. That's according to a joint assessment from the FBI and the Department of Homeland Security. For more on what security measures are being taken heading into the big holiday weekend, let's bring in Michael Balboni, former Director of Homeland Security for New York State. Michael, thanks so much for joining us. Let me ask you first what exactly this means under heightened alert for terrorist threats. How serious is it?
So whenever there is a conflict in the Middle East, in particular, really actually across the world, you can have this situation reverberate here in the United States, especially in cities as diverse as New York City. So the FBI, Homeland Security, they put out a joint intelligence bulletin, which essentially talks about the risk of Iranian-sponsored groups doing something here to try to project power. When you think about what the Iranian leadership has to do, they have to convince their people that, notwithstanding having their nuclear facilities bombed and frankly losing a lot of their air capability, they're still a force to be reckoned with. So the question is, could they manifest that overseas? So that comes into a couple of different things. I think that right now, in addition to the concern about kinetic attacks, there's also a big concern about cybersecurity. The Iranian government has prepared and supported a very robust cyber attack capability by Iranians and their surrogates. So I think that there's going to be a mix of things going on right now, but heightened alert is always in the mix when you have something overseas that could affect the population here.
So what can the average citizen do to stay as safe as possible? I mean, imagine you're living here in New York City on Manhattan Island and you want to see the fireworks. How do you go about that?
So New York City in particular has the NYPD is the world's best, in my opinion, at dealing with major events, major crowds. We take a look at everything from papal visits to presidential visits to New Year's Eve. They really know how to do this. They have it down to a science. Obviously, that doesn't mean that they can stop every single threat. But in terms of what people should know and see out there is that they're going to see the visible, which is obviously lots of police officers in uniform, and the invisible, undercovers, social media monitoring, surveillance cameras. We face a much different landscape for security than we did after 9/11. 9/11, we did not have the mix of security cameras around the city like that we have right now. In addition to which, there's a lot of intelligence sharing that is much better today than it was in the past.
I am curious, Michael, when we talk about what assistance local authorities will have, will there be a big federal presence in the city tomorrow?
So New York City is blessed with a lot of agencies.
Kan du se her om jeg er fargeblind? Om du ser at det kommer sånn, om det kommer farger. Gjør du det? Ja, det er ikke jeg som... det er stengt.
Police sitting next to each other. This kind of mix back and forth is a multi-agency approach that again is unique following the attacks so many years ago.
All right, Michael, really appreciate it. Michael Balboni there is the former head for New York State's Homeland Security operations, of course, trying to keep everyone safe for this July 4th weekend. Matt, I don't know if you're going to make it out to the fireworks or any other public events, but obviously in a city like New York, something everyone is always top of mind.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I will be going around to, I don't know exactly what yet, with my 2 daughters and my wife, and I want to keep everyone as safe as possible. So, but I tend to just do whatever.
Yeah, so a lot of people, of course, will be staying in New York. A lot of people will be coming into New York to see those fireworks, and a lot of folks, of course, will be leaving New York for places far-flung to spend their holiday weekend. Let's bring in Brian Kelly. He's the founder of The Points Guy, of course, a website that really helps folks to navigate all the different layers of how to travel and, more importantly, how to save on that travel. And Brian, I'm curious, as always, when we talk about ahead of these holiday weekends, I am curious as to what your data shows as to where people are going for this July 4th holiday.
Yeah, people are traveling. We're going to be up almost 2% from last year. We're seeing strong European numbers, but really domestic travel is growing at twice the clip. You know, my hypothesis is that a lot of people book summer travel in March, April, even into May. And of course, the stock markets were all over the place, tariffs. There's a lot of concern with, you know, everyday Americans. So the trend we're seeing is people are flying, but domestically and staying closer to home, hitting up major cities. New York City airfare is actually one of the most expensive increases over last year. So domestic tourism is up, and yeah, but people will be flying in record numbers.
I'm curious, as those people fly in record numbers, is there any sort of, I guess, bargains to be found out there? I know most people have already probably booked their tickets and their hotels and such, but are there any sort of last-minute deals out there?
Absolutely. I was actually just checking right before this segment. New York to Madrid, using your frequent flyer miles, you can fly on Iberia and American for 55,000 miles, one-way business class. So there's tons. I've never seen this, and other experts. The airlines have opened up a ton of award space. Air France, you can fly on 30 different dates this summer for 60,000 points, and of course you can transfer in your credit card points. And actually, if you're looking to go not to Europe, Canada, we're seeing huge drops. Of course, airfare is related to demand. A lot of Canadians are sort of boycotting the U.S. right now. So that drop in demand of Canadians coming to the U.S., we've seen drops as much as 20% to Toronto and Vancouver. So great summer destinations, especially for those who don't want to go too far.
Yeah, Algonquin, a fantastic place to go in these hot summer months here. It's a little bit cooler up there. I'm headed to Rome next week, and I got to fly luggage class because the split between economy and business was just too high for me to handle. Is that growing, Brian, the difference in cost between business class flights and economy flights?
Ja.
Oh, yeah, and the experience,
Da er det, da finner hun det i søkefeltet.
you know, upfront, lie flat seats are now the norm. But I'll give you the tip, always ask at check-in. You know, airlines like Emirates, which flies to Milan, you can even upgrade. My friend the other day, if you ask when you board the plane, if there's a single seat open in business or first class, you can use your miles on the plane to upgrade. So if when you were booking, you just refused to pay that $8,000 for business class, call the airline in advance, see if you can use frequent flyer miles, you can transfer them to credit cards. But, you know, often any last-minute seats they want filled, and they'll take your cash or points to sit up front.
I actually flew to Paris a couple of weeks ago for work, and so I flew business class with Delta, Delta One. I have never in my entire life experienced such a luxurious commercial airline experience. I mean, it was truly unbelievable from JFK, and they even drove me in a car out to the tarmac. Are others going to catch up with that, or are they just far and away the best?
No, you know, the others are coming for Delta. United just expanded their Polaris lounge. And I will give, you know, that Delta One lounge is beautiful at LAX, JFK, but Delta was far behind competitors. Delta used to just have a one-size-fits-all lounge. They were crowded. I flew once in business class from South Africa. I had to wait in a 30-minute line to get into a Delta lounge. So they've just recently rolled out these beautiful lounges. But they are, I would say, definitely the top domestic carrier. They just got #1 airline from the Points Guy in our detailed rankings. But, you know, I will say Delta's nice, but you know, other airlines, the Middle Eastern, the Asian carriers blow away even the best U.S. carrier. I will warn people that once you start flying Emirates and Singapore Airlines, it will ruin you because everything else, even that Delta, will seem like a bad experience.
Tell me about it, Brian. You know, it's like when you finally start like drinking like higher end wine and whiskey, you can never go back to the bad stuff. Yeah, I got a taste of that Emirates one time, and I can't afford to keep.
Fortunately, I have not experienced that. But this dude, the Delta One lounge at JFK, it was like going to the Ned.
Yeah.
It was a pretty unbelievable experience. All right, so Brian, great to have you with us. Thanks so much for joining us, Brian Kelly, their founder of the Points Guy. Have a fantastic 4th of July.
I just want to turn our attention back to the floor of the House of Representatives. Hakeem Jeffries has now been speaking for 8 hours, 31 minutes, and about 6 seconds here, potentially breaking a record set by Kevin McCarthy on the floor of the House when he was protesting President Biden's big budget bill. That was a Build Back Better bill. And now Hakeem Jeffries protesting President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill, a bill that ostensibly likely will pass once Hakeem Jeffries, the Democrat, does sit down, ceding the floor back to Republicans. And last time we checked, Matt Miller, Speaker Mike Johnson says Republicans have the vote to advance this bill.
All right, coming up, we're going to speak with Scott Bessent, the U.S. Treasury Secretary, about his outlook for the big, beautiful bill, the Fed, and jobs. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the circuit. This time, we're taking you to the frontier.
Do we have a camera, or do we? We don't want to lose you, Emily, in all of this.
Stargate. Put that name down in your books. What we're undergoing right now is sort of the largest infrastructure bill in human history.
To meet the people rewriting the rules of code and culture.
How do you personally grapple with the pace of it all?
It does feel like it's going very fast.
When did you realize, oh my gosh, my life is never going to be the same?
The day I got engaged, I was like, whoa, what have I bitten off here?
Where the future gets real.
How confident are you that AI's promise will outweigh the perils?
I'm not confident.
So the tech companies are lying or fudging.
And a little weird.
What's the point of this?
What is the point of any of this?
Tune into Season 3 of The Circuit with me, Emily Chang. Thursdays at 6 p.m. Eastern on Bloomberg Originals and Bloomberg TV.
As Bloomberg's global financial correspondent, I get to meet the people shaping the way money flows around the world. And I want to bring you with me.
The capitalist system is the best system in the world. There isn't another one that works as well.
I love all these new Wall Streets. Y'all Street.
Svarar Max det.
Wall Street used to be a place.
Mm.
Now it's more of an idea.
Du svarar Max.
I did. It was a busy day.
Og der, det er sånn som jeg droppet så på grunn av så droppen tok lang 10 sekunder, minutt. Og så burde jeg solgt ut alt når jeg satt feil vei, eller tatt av på Kom frem til Rose, og så droppen, og den tok relativt lang 10 sekunder, minutter. Når jeg satt feil vei, ta av på kjøkken. Det er jævla vanskelig. Det kommer helt an på marginene, ikke sant? Det er jo det som er problemet her da, ikke sant? Du vet ikke om du vil snu opp en like fort igjen, så kunne du risikert at det gikk rett opp, og så tappte du. Du må liksom ha se av markedet, så må du liksom ha nok marginer, så ikke du må stelle for det der brudd. Liksom, markedet er sånn at du får sånne, sånn som det er helt normalt det markedet som er nå. Du må egentlig bare ha nok marginer. Det er lett å si, ja, du skulle bare solgt og kjøpt tilbake billig etter at det stoppet å falle. Der så er det feil å si det. Var det ikke en på chatten i stad som sa at det kunne falle mye mer av? I stad, jeg mente jeg leste, jeg vet ikke hvem som skrev det, som sa at det kan falle mye mer. Det gikk jo rett opp. Litt som bikrasjokker og greier. Ja, noen ganger skal det best ikke gjøre noen ting. Alt av funnet er likt på gull som var i går og foregårs, så gull har bare gått opp. Og de tallene som kom nå fra USA var såpass sterke at det blir ikke noen rentekutt heller, og inflasjonen er fortsatt alt for høy. Så det er vanskelig å si, ass. Det er vanskelig å si, men det er alltid lett å si. Det er alltid lett å si når det stopper opp litt, og så faller det, og hvorfor bare selger man ikke? For det er liksom... Hva skal jeg forklare dette her? Vi handler med 200 giring. Så når det faller mye her, så er det egentlig veldig lite. Vi er bare giret til helvete når det handler indekser. Så normalt sett så er det jo ikke promp i havet, ikke sant? Så det er veldig vanskelig å si det der. Hva tenker du, Robert? Hvordan skal du forklare det der?
Jeg kan jo slå av mikken inn etter andre.
Ja.
Og det jeg lærer på, det var satt... Oi, det er dobbelt alene. Du setter ikke den treden samtidig med min. Ja, det er mye ekko. Ok, du setter ikke den treden samtidig med meg. Ja, ok. Men du så når jeg tok profit på begge. Der kunne jeg tatt profit. Ja, riktig. Det er det som er nerk.
Og sånn egentlig, så når du kjører en trade, så skal man egentlig ikke trade på high impact news, sånn egentlig. Det er i hvert fall røde konvolutter på Forex Factory, så ser du at det er røde nyheter overalt. Og på røde nyheter så skal man egentlig ikke trade, da skal man egentlig vente, sånn egentlig.
Jeg traff jævlig godt på begge de to.
Det er moro da. Nå har det størket meg helt her. Men har dere sett den filmen her? Alle har Netflix, ikke sant? Alle har Netflix. Ingen har Netflix, så faen. Mika Madsen er død, hvem er det? Og er han deaf? Han skuespilleren da. Ja, han var jævla bra når han var yngre, så ble han liksom mer og mer litt sånn B-skuespiller når han ble eldre. Fikk dårligere og dårligere roller. Jeg tror han sleit litt med alkohol og sånn. Han er sånn kultklassiker. Spilte mange fete filmer da han var yngre. The Old Garden, den går nå på Netflix. Den vil vi se, så her.
Guard.
The Old Guard, ja.
Ikke Garden.
Ikke Garden, Old Guard. For å sitte her og sjekke en dritt da, med bedre å gå på klokka litt senere i dag. Det skjer jo ingenting her nå. Alt er stengt. Det er sikkert like ræva av morgen. Det er stengt USA av morgen. I hele morgen, faktisk. Dere fikk med dere gullprisen, at Target 4.000 og 5.000, at det ble oppgradert av Goldman Sachs, oppgradert av JP Morgan. Det fikk dere med dere I dag, ikke sant? At gullprisen oppgradert, ikke sant? Det har alle fått med seg.
Det var take profit der.
Jep, det bra. Men en ting før vi går, holdt jeg på å si. Er det mulig å få sånn nyhetsvarsler på selve Discord, sånn at det popper opp, sånn at alle får med seg? Jeg mener at jeg fikk en sånn link av han her kameratene I går, han Empro. Jeg vet da, faen hvordan jeg sjekker det. Sånn at du får sånn breaking news som kommer opp I Discorden her. Jeg vurderer nå å abonnere på den. Dere ser ikke skjermene mine. Jeg vurderer å abonnere på den her. Den har alt av Impact News og alt mulig drit kommer hele tiden. Hvis jeg hadde hatt noe sånt noe på Discorden vår, så hadde det vært ganske rått da.
Besant says that we could, Besant says that there could be an increase in US financing needs based on yields.
Nå fortalte meg Besant akkurat sa. Based on yields, det vil si at rentene øker der borte. Så går du opp på CNBC nå, så kan du trykke av feil. Da går vi der. Så går vi på bonds, så vil vi se at den har begynt å stige. Da har bonds begynt å stige. Det ikke veldig bra for aksjemarkedet.
Besant says that we will use T-bills to refill treasury cash account.
Hører dere at han prater til dere, eller gjør det ikke det?
Jo.
Ja, men jeg ikke sikkert de hører det på Discord.
Jo, sier jeg.
Jo, sier du sitter I rommet nå. Jeg har alt av nyheter på, liksom. Hører en ekko. Ok. Greit.
And then we will see US banks take up more of the debt issuance.
What the fuck?
At han sier at amerikanske bankene vil ta mer gjeld. Det her jo ikke positivt da. Det her greit å få live, ikke sant? Nå har vi litt grann en delay. Nå begynner gull kommer litt opp på akkurat at de sa det. Det så lite, ikke sant?
Okay, so Jeffries has finished his speech. So Quant reports should surely be expecting the vote to come through now. Besant says that I expect stablecoin legislation will boost demand for US treasuries.
Hører jeg? Kommer med sånn informasjon fra markedet for det. Direkte. Det ganske fett det der, ass.
Men det for høy lyd, så det blir ekko.
Nei, men det der ganske helt rått. Vi må ha det på siden vår. At man bare kan trykke og høre på det alle live. For det jo litt før alle får det, liksom.
So Besant repeats that $2 trillion is possible in stablecoin US Treasury demand. So again, repeats $2 trillion in possible stablecoin US Treasury demand.
Si at de skal bruke stablecoins på Treasury. Det vil si at de kan bruke det på Treasury på norsk. Nei, det taxes. Vet dere på norsk? Ja, basically så det positivt for krypto da. Skal vi se på krypto? Ja, det godt å blande. Det må I hvert fall positivt for krypto, de som tror på det.
Besant adds that debt GDP to be well into the 90% range by Trump's end of term. It's also very difficult to predict debt 10 years out.
Vi må ha en sånn kanal så alle får med seg. Jeg kan abonnere på den, så kan dere få det gratis. For der har vi alt av, jeg sitter og ser på nå, der har vi alt av, her alt av news, alt av sånn pop-ups, Pratende radio på alle sånn Twitter og sånn som kommer, som ikke rekker å lese. Den er ganske bra, altså.
De koser seg ute.
Besson says that I'm confident that we're going in the right direction on debt post-tax.
Besson sier at de går riktig vei på debt og post-tax. Tydeligvis så prater Besson akkurat nå. Ja. Når markedet er stengt. Nei, han prater der.
Based on a variety of factors, but a strong dollar policy means several things. One is what is the dollar strong against, or is another currency?
Besson says dollar's price has nothing to do with strong dollar policy.
The strong dollar
Ja, han sier jo det viktigste.
Are we
Det er jo helt
doing
genialt.
things over the long term to ensure that the U.S. dollar remains the reserve currency of the world? And we are. We are setting the stage for economic growth. We are constraining inflation. We are making the United States the best destination for global capital. And I think that's going to continue to happen. I think, as I said, many times over since World War II.
Besson says that the demise of the dollar has been predicted many times in the past.
And I think once again, the skeptic's going to be wrong. But there is no change in policy.
Fair enough, but I'm sure you understand that the weakness that we've seen in the dollar to start the year is something we have not seen in decades. And there are other countries that have been trying to take advantage of it. In a speech just this week, we heard from the Chinese central bank governor, who really laid out at least their vision, their Chinese vision, for a new global currency order, which would, of course, mean a reduced role for the dollar and, in their view, a greater role for the yuan. Now, regardless of whether that is a viable plan, I am curious as to what you think about the idea that this is even being spoken about publicly.
Well, I mean, look, what are the Chinese going to say? And by the way, it's complete.
Besson says China's currency is non-convertible.
Currency. So how are they going to be a reserve currency? They also have 1.4 billion people who want to get their money out of China. They have capital constraints on taking out money. The sine qua non for a reserve currency is...
Besson raises challenges for China global currency vision.
My friend Christine Lagarde, president of the ECB, the other day said that maybe this is the euro's moment. But I can tell you, if the euro hits 120, Europeans are going to be squawking that it is too strong. They are an export economy. So
Besson says if the euro hits $1.20, Europeans will be squawking.
The responsibility that comes with being a reserve currency.
I want to ask about this Republican Party's seeming shift to support blue-collar workers. We've seen a wage boom among those people, an increase of 1.7% in the first 5 months of President Trump's term, and that's, I think, the fastest growth we've seen for that segment since 1969. You talk about no tax on tips. You talk about no tax on overtime. Why do you think that this party has really shifted to become the party of the blue collars?
Well, I'm going to correct you on that because it's the fastest we've seen since 2017. Previous to President Trump was 1969. And look, this is the party that delivers for working Americans. The Biden administration wiped the floor with the bottom 50% of wage earners. That the great inflation, the official statistics were around 20% for President Biden's term, but really for the package of goods and services that working Americans buy, it was well in excess of 30%. So there was a real decrease in purchasing power. In President Trump's first term, we saw hourly workers, non-supervisory workers, wages increase faster than supervisory workers. We saw the bottom 50% of households have net worth gains in excess of the top 10%. And again, my message here is parallel prosperity. Both sides can do well, but we are focused on Main Street catching up to Wall Street, but it doesn't have to be one or the other.
at the same time, the CBO has projected that this one big, beautiful bill act passing would result in 7.8 million people being taken off the Medicaid rolls. They would lose their health care coverage. And we've seen also projections that millions would lose SNAP benefits. We're talking about, single mothers with children. We're talking about people who have difficulty dealing with the untamable bureaucracy of government. How can you make that kind of move with compassion?
Well, let's start. 1.4 are illegal aliens. So they're not supposed to be receiving Medicaid benefits. The approximately 5 million to 6 million are what we believe are able-bodied adults. So there's going to be a 20-hour a week work requirement. And we are saying that this needs to get back to the people who Medicaid was meant for. It was meant for pregnant women. It was meant for mothers. It was meant for children. So we are focusing on the benefits for those who need them and not the able-bodied.
We're in conversation right now with the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. For our viewers worldwide, we should point out that Speaker Mike Johnson is now on the floor of the House of Representatives, presumably to move forward with a formal and final vote on that tax and spend bill. Mr. Treasury, Mr. Secretary, I am curious about what comes next after this. We know that we ostensibly have this July 9th deadline on trade, and I know it's going to take several weeks, if not months, following that to really start to hammer out some of these deals. Do you anticipate that we're going to see additional deals and more substantive deals pretty soon within the next few weeks?
I think we're going to see a flurry of deals before July 9th. We'll see how the president wants to treat those who are negotiating, whether he's happy that they're negotiating.
Bessent says that I expect a flurry of trade deals before July 9th.
About 100 countries who just get the minimum 10% reciprocal tariff, and we'll go from there. So, I think we are going to see a lot of action over the coming days.
Have you been directly involved in any of those negotiations? And if so, are there specific provisions that those other countries have been asking the U.S.?
Well, I'm not going to negotiate on international.
Bessent says that we expect to see about 100 countries get minimum 10% reciprocal tariff.
What I would say is some countries have come with, or trading blocs have come with good deals. Some have come with okay. Some have come with deals that are unacceptable. And we are going to be announcing several deals. The president has the final say. And what I can tell you is that the career staff, whether it's at Treasury, Commerce, U.S.
And in that way, we are going to be announcing several deals.
These countries are giving up things that they haven't seen them offer in the past 2 or 3 decades. So this is a win for the American people. It's a win for fair trade.
Can I ask just finally about the pressure the president and others in the administration have put on Jerome Powell to cut rates? President Trump has asked now for 3 full percentage points of cuts, 300 basis points. And it strikes me that that would either overheat the economy or cause absolute chaos in the Treasury market. Don't you think it's important that the Federal Reserve operate with an amount of independence?
Well, the Federal Reserve does operate with an amount of independence, just like a referee does out on the floor of the basketball court. They're independent, but the coaches work the ref all the time. President Trump is the most sophisticated president economically, perhaps in the past 100 years, perhaps ever. I will note that in his first term, he was more right than the Fed was on when it was time to cut rates. Fed normally followed later on. So, I think he's going to make his views known. And I would also point out that the market agrees with President Trump in terms of the direction, if not the magnitude of the cuts.
Do you agree with President Trump that the Fed should cut by 3% in July?
I believe that I followed the market, and the market, both for the rest of the year, and the two.
Person repeats that the market is signaling Fed rate cuts.
Appreciate your time, Mr. Secretary. Thank you so much for joining us. And I suppose I could say congratulations on the big, beautiful bill, because it does look like that legislation is going to go through. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent talking to us here.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com.
Breaking that record set by Kevin McCarthy, and it really raises the question right now. I mean, I understand the performative nature of this, wanting to make it clear to the American public is opposition, but ultimately what he needed to do was sway at least 4 or 5 Republicans to break ranks, and it does not appear, at least based on Bloomberg reporting, he did that.
Well, in 1 minute or 8 hours and 40 minutes, it looks like it's going to be impossible to do that against the whip of President Donald J. Trump. We are going to wait for this vote to kick off, and of course, you've seen the markets rally on, in a sense, the certainty that this brings us, I would think, as well as the stronger jobs numbers this morning. Let's get out to Tyler Kendall in Washington, D.C. She's been watching the entirety of Hakeem Jeffries' speech. I hope you had a chance. Good, you're sitting down. You didn't have to stand up the entire time. How long until this legislation now goes to President Trump's desk, Tyler?
Well, they have to pass it first, so that was Hakeem Jeffries' magic minute. We're now waiting for the magic number, which is going to be 217 votes. Once they do start that final vote on final passage, we're waiting for House Speaker Mike Johnson to wrap up his remarks, and then we expect that vote to happen imminently here. He can only lose 3 Republicans, and this does appear poised to pass, because we saw earlier today in this key procedural vote that he only lost 1 Republican. It was Brian Fitzpatrick, a Republican that represents Pennsylvania's 1st congressional district. This is a district that President Trump had lost in 2024, and the congressman had made known his concerns about the changes to Medicaid. But when it came to those members, those House Freedom Caucus members, the Republicans that were pitching themselves as fiscal hawks, it does appear that they have all gotten in line in favor of this legislation. It was interesting to hear in your conversation, Matt and Romaine, with the Treasury Secretary. He said that he had been speaking a lot with those House Freedom Caucus members.
And we should just point out, just real quickly, Tyler, what's the next step here? Okay, assuming this gets passed, I saw the president already had an event on the agenda for tomorrow at 9 a.m. Is that still there?
I think the time is a little fluid at the moment. We're still waiting for official confirmation on when that event's going to happen, but it definitely is. It's going to happen at the White House. We're expecting the congressional leaders to be flanking him on his sides as he really touts this legislation that is such a cornerstone achievement, really, for the administration. They have been pushing this since President Trump got in office, and it does make good on some of those campaign promises that you were talking about before when it comes to the tax cuts.
Tyler Kendall there in Washington as we keep it moving. Let's bring Mike Dorning into the conversation right now, who helps to lead
den der bilen ble passa, så står ikke det på noen nyheter noen steder.
And Mike, as we sort of parse through this bill, we know what's in it. When we have to kind of take stock of who the winners and losers are.
Det står ikke om noe om den der bilen i dag. Hvordan faen kan man vite det da?
You're going to be doing pretty good, right?
Yeah, the people who benefit the most from this are wealthier Americans and a lot of businesses, not all businesses. But in particular, fossil fuel producers benefit a lot, manufacturers benefit a lot because of some business expensing changes that encourage more purchases of equipment and machinery. There's a long list, but there are also some that don't benefit.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking about those who would like to see some real salt relief, and of course that's selfish of me as someone who lives in New York, but I look at your title. You're the Deputy Team Leader of Capital Influence, and I wonder about the bigger picture, sort of Madisonian philosophical question. With this legislation, don't we move the power to Washington and away from the states? Don't the states lose a real amount of autonomy, as it now appears that the SALT deduction is going to be capped forever?
Yeah, well, there are certainly a lot of people who, when they talk about taxes, make that very question. That's an old, long philosophical view in American politics that the states should have supremacy, and that was originally why they had that complete SALT deduction in the tax code. It was the idea that states, if they have the original authority to tax people, so that income should not be counted in taxes. That said, they could save a lot of money by capping the SALT tax, by capping the deduction on state and local taxes. They take most of that money away from Democratic-leaning states and give it to Republican-leaning states.
All right, Mike Dorning with Bloomberg News, and I really encourage all of our Bloomberg viewers and readers to actually go onto the terminal or to Bloomberg.com. Mike has a really good breakdown of what exactly is in that bill, Matt. We talk about carried interest tax break for private equity. We talk about depreciation, change in depreciation rules that could actually help a lot of corporations. We talk about elderly and tip workers, telecom, defense contractors, space, $10 billion to fund space projects. So a lot of money that's going to be distributed amongst a lot of folks, but some questions as to how equitable that distribution would be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I go back to the Axios story that shows we've had a huge gain in blue-collar wages. At the same time, I've never seen a bigger tax increase in my lifetime than I experienced in the 2017 TCJA.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they actually get out on the road and sell this. That's going to be a big component for this administration, as well as for those 200 plus members of Congress who are about to vote for the passage of this one big, beautiful bill. Matt Miller and Romaine Bostick, this is The Close on Bloomberg.
In case you missed it on Balance of Power.
Administration officials have maintained today that the objective was solely to focus on Iran's nuclear capabilities, that this objective was not regime change. But, sir, even if it wasn't the objective, could that still be the end result, and how?
I think regime change has to be the objective because the Ayatollahs are never going to give up their pursuit of nuclear weapons. They have to be forced out of power. That's the only shot we have at really lasting peace and security in the Middle East. And a strike like this... disrupt the regime, can destabilize it. Look at the choice that the top military officials and key Ayatollahs now have to face after the U.S. attack. Now they have to make a choice. Do they want to take on a second military adversary in the form of the United States? They may well do it, but they would be making a big mistake from the point of view of regime.
Dere popper det, at USA firer mot Iran nå.
The top names at the Fed are on Bloomberg.
You have to have a view about what you think tariffs will do to inflation. Now, my own view is that they will potentially raise inflation, but they should dissipate. One of the challenges of central banking that you just have to accept is that we never have perfect data. We can't wait.
USA firer mot Iran. Det er det nyeste som har kommet nå. Skal vi komme tilbake i 12, ja? Vi går tilbake i sånn 12, så bare får gjort noe av alt er jo stengt. Og så blir det spennende å se på den der tax-bilen, hva som skjer der. Jeg synes det er rart at det ikke har stått på Forex Factor. Det har ikke stått noen steder. Så det tilfeldigvis nå på Bloomberg. Det står ikke i noen aviser før nå, liksom, at nå går den igjennom. Det er rart vi ikke har fått hørt om det helt tatt. Så da, sånn er det med den saken.